Welcome to the Luke Jaeger Show. My guests today are Colin Davis and his wife, Melissa Mari. They both play in the band Deprogramatrix. And they are from Austin, Texas, and they also have a book out, and we'll talk about that later as well. Thanks for coming on, you two.
Yeah, thanks for marrying us, too. It was great.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, might as well be, yeah, so it's fine.
You know, these modern relationships, we're pretty untraditional, but even his mom, who we help out, she calls me her in-law, so
exactly.
What's the difference now?
Right, exactly.
Right.
How did you two meet, by the way?
Through Craigslist.
Oh,
Really?
yeah, originally. So I had a band in the Bay Area. I'm originally from the San Francisco Bay Area, and he was in Concord. And I found an ad on Craigslist, Imperial Mastering. .com, and
just
this was
an ad for audio engineering.
Yeah, this was like 15 years ago, probably
2007 or 8. Yeah,
and I thought, okay, well, this is cool because I needed somebody to mix my last band because we did a recording in this really great music school, and it wasn't mixed well at all.
Yeah, your
Expressions.
Exactly. That's what it was.
Which was a really
Expressions. I don't know what the full
for
name
new
was.
Media.
It was a weird name for a recording.
But
and
they
video
had
production school.
They had state-of-the-art rooms, and it was really a great opportunity.
So it was a student-recorded EP that your band recorded, but the guy couldn't mix it. I don't know how they...
Oh, they were flaky.
Yeah.
But it was a great opportunity. But anyway, I called him, and he gave me super long, like I think he gave me about an hour and a half of all these things that we needed to do
to prepare
as a band, and gave me all this information about recording, like much more than I could ever have even imagined, right? And so I said, okay, well, can you help us? And then he did. He mixed and mastered my band, Death Under Fire, which was the band I had in the Bay Area at that time. He did multiple projects for me. And then through that process, we became really, really good friends.
Right.
And we would just get together and have these like super long conversations, which would be like 3 hours long, all about like political stuff,
conspiracy stuff,
metaphysical stuff. I remember like I was already kind of awake to 9/11 not being the story that we were told. I was, I knew that because I kind of woke up to the whole conspiracy or the fake system of control when I had cancer, and I learned all about the medical system and how corrupt it was, and how there had been healing methods for cancer for many years, and these doctors had been scapegoated and blacklisted. And then I healed myself naturally. So I already was like awake to all this kind of like, well, the world is not what it is. And Colin he was like way into studying 9/11.
By that time, I was probably about 3 years into studying 9/11.
Which got him into trouble with his band Vile because, and a shout out to Vile with my hat today, but anyway.
Luke was in Vile too.
Yeah, I know. That's why
I remember, I think I had a beanie similar. I think the one
Right.
There was another type of beanie we had for a while too. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, so he had already been studying, and I remember he gave me, early on in our big conversations, he gave me this link to all these 9/11 videos. It was like a whole website.
It was called 911docs.net.
Right.
You should probably look and see if that's still up. I think it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was just great because it just gave me all these links to all these 9/11 documentaries and stuff. And so we were just discussing all this stuff, having these really deep conversations. And then in 2012, Colin asked if we wanted, if I wanted to like take a walk or whatever.
Right. We started going for walks near my studio.
Right.
And then that's when we started talking about metaphysics and psychology and getting up to speed on, what had been going on in our lives and personal stuff. And basically, we started psychoanalyzing each other.
Right.
Basically with whatever tools we had. And I had some tools at that point, but not that many.
Yeah. And basically I was saying I'm obviously not a young person, right? But I'm an artist and I've been doing music, for my whole life. And I wanted to make a career as a musician. I'm asking myself, why do I have the same problems every time I have a band? Why am I keep creating relationships that have these same issues? It's like, I'm going, and I've studied myself and I had already done a lot of work on, and I knew that the way I grew up and my mother being mentally ill was a problem, and leaving home at 15 was a big issue, and I had all this drama and done all this dark shit, and it's like I knew, but I had been on the kind of healing path. But when we started like really having these deeper conversations, start analyzing each other, it was like something clicked, and it's hard to explain in standard terms. I don't know if you can explain it in a easier term, but it was like this.
Okay, so like usually, a lot of people are familiar with when you start a relationship. Well, in Jungian terms, you get what they call animus and anima projection, right? So the man projects his ideal woman onto the woman, and the woman projects her ideal man onto the man, and they don't actually see the actual other person. They see an inflated image, an archetypal image, or a more perfect image than what's really there. And so, that's part of the process that leads to people having an experience of being in love. And that was there with us. But there was another projection process. There was another process that was going on that would be, again, in Jungian terms, it would be rooted in a different archetype. And so that would be, you would call that shamanic or a magician archetype. And so, kind of like, for example, like that magician archetype, it would be, let's say with a younger man and an older man who's serving as the mentor, right? Or a younger woman and an older woman who's the mentor, or it could be cross-gender, where you have a mentor-student relationship. That's a kind of another kind of a psychological projection situation where you can get a lot of, or in therapy, let's say talk about it in therapy, where you have the therapist, the analyst, and the analysand, the therapist and the patient. And when there's trust, when trust is developed in that relationship, then you can stimulate this healing modality in the psyche, this ability for the patient to use the analyst to see themselves. And
that's the best kind if the analyst is aware of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And so you can have and so this is a kind of, you could call this a magician type archetypal relationship, and it stimulates a healing capacity. It stimulates a self-analysis capacity. It stimulates even a transcendental kind of capacity in human beings when you have this kind of magician type relationship or student mentor relationship. But what happened with us, and a lot of people can understand that, but what happened with us was actually more like peers, like two magicians that are, this is, I guess it's another archetype, but it's this is, for example, in a classic band, right, where you have like a Led Zeppelin or something, where you have these people that come together, and when they do, magic happens. And when they break apart, the magic isn't there anymore. I mean, Led Zeppelin's the perfect example. As soon as John Bonham died, the circle was broken. And so, and you could have this with, you know, with different kinds. There's all kinds of examples of artists, especially female artists, that have a male counterpart, right? Like Stevie Nicks and Mick Fleetwood or whatever it is.
It was the other guy.
The other guy?
Lindsey Buckingham.
Lindsey Buckingham. That's right. Yeah. That was, or Pat Benatar and her husband, or whatever the example is. So you have these examples of couple artists that when they get together, a circuit is, a psychic circuit is built there. And that was going on in our relationship. And so that created a lot of psychic energy. So there was sexual energy, but then there was also this problem-solving, magician, shamanic type of situation going on there.
Right, and then it moved into music too.
And then it moved into music and to creating art together and books and stuff like that.
Yeah, but before...
But in the early days, when there was a lot of... We would go for these walks up on Mount Wanda, and there was a lot of psychic energy in there. I mean, the very first thing that happened to you was I touched your shoulder in the car. Right. And you got an actual electric shock that went through your body.
Yeah, it was like a whole kundalini, just this energy going like through my whole body. Yeah. Yeah.
So that was like one of those things. You had other experiences of transcendental, like acid, like an LSD type experience.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally we would smoke a little bit of pot, but you know, like
pot was involved in it, but I mean, I've always been very careful not to overuse it.
Yeah, you know, it was just like we would do it occasionally, and one of those times we were outside, and I have this experience of this. He was off talking about this fountain.
I was talking about the
torus field.
Yeah, the torus as an archetypal shape.
As an archetypal shape.
Yeah.
The torus, and then I had this experience of this light, like.
And then we saw a fountain. Actually, it was a broken irrigation pipe.
Yes.
And it was doing this fountain thing. And we saw this at the same time that we were talking about this. And then boom, you had this.
Yeah. And it was like this light beam pounded through me, and I thought I was going to explode. And it's like I lost human consciousness for a moment, but I didn't fall, but it was so overpowering. But it was stuff like that.
We had a lot of experiences like that.
Yeah.
And then we would always talk for long periods of time. We would go for walks. We would record our talks. We would take notes about our talks. And
then we would have synchronicities.
And we were having a lot of synchronicities at the time. This is the first couple of years.
Yeah.
So this is like 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even into 2015. And so there was this shamanic type of psychic circuit that was built there. And at first, it kind of inflated us at first. At first, we're like, wow, this is definitely out of this world what's happening. And we were filling up notebooks with all kinds of information.
We had these we lived in his studio, and we had these big whiteboards that we were just drawing on and stuff. And
I don't know if I discussed this in our last podcast, Luke, but I had been in a period from about 2009 to about that period where I was working. Besides doing audio engineering, I was doing mortgage fraud analysis, and I was writing up legal briefs for homeowners who were suing banks. And that's like its own kind of story. But I was in this ability, this sort of left brain cognitive problem solving scientific or lawyer type mindset that I was doing. So then when we entered this mode and we started talking about metaphysics and psychoanalyzing each other and stuff, I was already really warmed up in that way. And so I was able to start to map out what we were talking about. And now that I can look back and see what it was all about, the motif that was emerging from our talks was okay, let's find out. There was the analysis part. Let's help each other get over how we're fucked up. Right?
Yeah.
That was one part of it.
Getting back to it, I wanted to be able to be a successful musician in my life.
Right. And why is that not working?
Why is that not happening?
Right.
Over the years I've had these, things that almost, getting signed or almost this or almost that, all these almost, and then something huge would crash it, right? Some drama.
Yeah.
And then finally I said, okay, it's me. I know it's me.
And that's always the place from where you can be initiated into a new way of being, is when you actually go, okay, I'm the common denominator. First, you have to be able to see your cycles. And then once you can see these cycles, once you realize you're the one thing that's creating the cycles or the common denominator in them, that's the moment, and you have the will to do something about it, then that's when you can actually transform.
Yeah, I mean, because of the fact I had to face my own death prior to that, and in other ways been in some really dark places in my life, I had the ability to accept that You've been hurt, right? That I am responsible for all of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And so that gave me the courage, basically, to go into all this stuff that was coming through us, because a lot of it was very challenging.
But there was also the trust thing, like I mentioned. There was the fact that, okay, after a while you intuited that you could trust me.
Right.
That I wasn't gonna, I wasn't trying to be parasitic.
Yeah, I tried to run away from the situation a few times because it was so hard to go into my own traumas, right? And then you also see, this is the whole thing with this kind of a relationship, is that there was a part of us that wanted to help and heal and support each other, but at the same time, there's unconscious forces that are trying to, they
want to keep the status quo. The deep state wants to stay the way it is.
Right. Yeah, and that is really what led us onto this whole shadow tech.
Right. So the motifs were, one is digging up our own junk and figuring out why are we not being our best selves, right? So that was psychoanalysis. Okay, so there's that function of it. But then there's these other motifs that were coming out of this state, which is like the bigger state of I would just call it alchemy. Because once you know what alchemy is and kind of archetypally what it is, it's basically the process of evolution, whether you apply it to matter or to your own psychology. And the one of the things that separates this understanding of alchemy from other understandings of working on yourself or enlightenment, or however you want to put it, is that it focuses on the shadow. It focuses on the dark side, on the deep state. It focuses on the pathology. It focuses on the nasty stuff, the bad stuff, as what they call the prima materia, as the material, the prime material that you use to create higher states.
And we weren't
and this became like the big motif of our work together.
Yeah, and because we were both in metal, obviously metal is delving in these darker subjects anyway.
It is. It's like one of the only forms, it's one of the few forms of music that's really, it's shadow music, right? And it's even called heavy metal, which in alchemical terms is the prima materia.
Right.
So
so we were already kind of wanting to understand the nature of the dark side of evil, not as a way of like saying, being a black magician or something like that. But no, just understanding the mechanism of how this energy works in ourselves, and also in the collective unconscious, the collective humanity, and then also holonically in the universe. In alchemy, the first precedent is as above, so below.
Oh yeah, the first maxim. The hermetic maxim, is as above, so below. So you basically are looking for correlations between yourself and nature.
Right.
And so, there's in both of us, there has always been a curiosity to understand those things which lie behind appearances. So most people who are curious people pick up some subject and they want to learn about, rebuilding, big block motors or something like cars, or they want to study virology, or they want to become an expert in this or that, or they're scholars and they want to keep a record of the history of knowledge of a certain field or whatever it is. But then there are people who, I guess you put this in the philosopher category, but people who want to understand the patterns that lie behind behavior and that lie behind the natural world. What's behind what's behind reality itself, really? And
the matrix is really what it is. There's this whole unconscious reality that most people are not in touch
in psychological terms, you could just call it the unconscious.
Right, but it can be in the world
collective unconscious,
in the human world. And what's interesting is that it's now at a point now where a lot more people are waking up to the fact that everything that they've been told is not necessarily what they thought.
That's kind of like the red pill awakening is this initial questioning of your perceptions of reality. and going, hey, wait a minute, the way I thought the world worked is not true. There's something else going on here, and that what I've been taught was a lie. That's kind of like, there's in some ways, there's nothing really super special about the red pill awakening, because when you found out that the tooth fairy wasn't real, or when you found out that Santa Claus wasn't real, or if you broke away from your religious upbringing and you found out that the spiritual scriptures weren't scientifically true, these are similar initiations where you have to rearrange your worldview. And that every time you have one of those kinds of initiations, it's the opportunity to understand the deeper nature of your own perceptions and of human culture and reality itself. And so most people will, everybody has these kinds of initiations, but most people will basically figure out, let's say, for example, you had a divorce, and the couple was totally dependent on each other and blah, 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 and then it broke up, and then they have space and they have to think about what happened, and then they have to reanalyze the whole situation and realize how that they were keeping each other in a box, and how that they were parasitic to each other, or that they didn't, or that what had gone wrong in the relationship and all of that, and they have to reassess everything. And then if they're able to get like, oh, I see what it was that we were doing that was so dysfunctional, and then promise to not do it again or to stay alert to that next time, well, then you've got some kind of gold, and that you can actually mature out of it. And that happens to all people all the time. And some people just keep getting into the same relationship over and over, and they don't learn their lesson. But anytime somebody does learn a lesson like that, they do evolve. But it doesn't mean that they're going to really become experts to understand their own psychology. They're just going to figure out what they need to figure out and move forward. But then there are some people more like us who really want to understand how the whole thing works. And how could I have been so blind to what was so obvious before?
Right. And there's, I can speak for myself, there's an artistic drive to be a creator, to create art, and the same creative drive that I have to create music and art is also the same creative drive that I have to understand the nature of reality itself.
Yeah.
It's just
built into our type, our
right.
typology.
Right.
So anyway, that's something to chew on to start, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard, especially as you get older. I find the more intelligent you are, the harder it is to find a meaningful relationship with someone that's both intellectual and sexual as well, but also just the chemistry part. And I know you, Colin. I mean, I've known you for a while, and you're very intelligent, and I think that's kind of a curse nowadays, to be a critical thinker. And
it always was. Yeah,
So,
I mean,
yeah.
you could be intelligent like on the IQ scale,
Yeah.
but not very curious.
Right.
And if you're intelligent and curious, and if you have a inclination towards integrity and to rout out your hypocrisy, then you have a combination where to better yourself, you could say, or to evolve yourself. Then you have a combination that truly makes you an outsider. Yes.
Yeah. Another thing too is you mentioned 9/11 earlier, and I was just curious with you too. I like reading your your opinions on the events of the last couple of years and stuff. And did you have a feeling like when this kind of came about, about 2 years ago, the whole COVID stuff? I had the same feeling when I saw the towers go down when I was 19.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was this feeling like the story that they're feeding us about this caveman in Afghanistan and all this stuff was just, it was like as stupid as the tooth fairy thing. At least the tooth fairy at least is fun, right? Santa is fun.
This kind leaves you something under your pillow or under the tree, right? You actually get something out of that one.
Yeah. So I guess my question is, when you guys, did you have the same feeling that I did, like in February when we did all this whole lockdown, this scary virus, and put on the mask? And
we didn't buy it from the beginning.
We knew from the moment, first. We just wondered, okay, so
we were both okay.
We just wondered is this going to be a big thing or is this going to be a little thing? Right. We just didn't know that. We knew it was a fake thing. We just didn't know it was going to be a big fake thing or a little fake thing. Yeah,
we knew it was set up somewhere, and then pretty soon after it was obvious, then we saw the Event 201 simulation.
Oh yeah, once we saw Event 201. Do you know about that? Do you know about that?
No.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they simulated the whole deal out a few times.
It's even in YouTube still. Just go Event 2 in YouTube search bar. Just go Event 201. It's the highlights reel. Put Event 201 highlights reel in there, and it'll show you the highlights. It was an what they call an exercise or a drill or a tabletop exercise.
Before, I believe, or was it
It was a tabletop exercise in September or October of 2019. Right as the whole thing was starting, as we were getting word. Basically, I think it was 3 weeks before the first news came out that there was some kind of a flu. Right. It was just a few weeks.
Yeah, about a month or so. Yeah.
And you had Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, you had Johns Hopkins, you had Pfizer and Merck and all the big pharmaceutical companies, and you had all these agents of governments and all that. And the whole idea was to simulate a global pandemic, and how would the civilized world, come together to work together to reduce the impact of a potential pandemic.
They simulated everything that we're going through.
They simulated everything, and so they had these board meetings, and they figured out, okay, how can we make vaccine production fast? How do we do our messaging on the news? What do we do in regards to social media and stopping dissident voices?
Disinformation.
And the whole thing was based on the idea that there might be a swine flu pandemic coming from South America. It wasn't like a bat coronavirus coming from Asia. It was from South America, a pig virus. But other than that, it was almost the same as the actual situation that you see.
But then later we found out there was another simulation.
There was a number of them. There was Crimson Contagion. There was SPARS, SPARS.
Lockstep, right? Wasn't that one?
There was a Rockefeller white paper, and called Pandemic Preparedness or something like that from 2010, and it had a segment in there that they call Lockstep, and they basically said, this is back in 2010, because governments and think tanks are always doing exercises. The military's doing this. One of those drills was a Pentagon one. The Pentagon, all kinds of groups are constantly exercising, what would happen if there was a nuclear attack from North Korea? What would happen if this? What would happen if the economy crashed? People are doing that all over the place. So that's not really that suspicious. But what is suspicious, and you can sort of pin these true false flag events, is when you have a simulation that is running at the exact same time that a real event occurs, which is exactly like the simulation, and they're running together or back to back. that's when you know it's a fraud.
It happened on 9/11.
It happened on 9/11. They had multiple simulations going in, as the what was his name? Richard Myers of the Joint Chiefs of Staff admitted to Congress that as the airplanes were going into buildings, the NORAD and the Pentagon were conducting a drill simulating airliners going into buildings at the exact same time that it happened, and that they had to figure out, is this real world or exercise? When you have that, when the chances of that, or the 7/7 bombings in London, where a guy named Peter Powers was running a tabletop exercise simulating attacks on the subway stations, the underground stations, they call them, in the exact same stations and the exact same bus stops at the exact same time that they actually happened. Peter Power, I think his name was Peter Power, he wasn't part of it. He was shocked. He told the BBC, I can't believe it. We were running an exercise and the 4 areas that were bombed that was in our exercise were actually bombed in real life. And we couldn't believe what was going on. He wasn't even aware of it. This is what, covert forces use as a cover. So, right. And we've known about this for years. So when this current thing happened, we were like, okay, are they going to make it a big deal, or is it not a big deal? What are they doing here? We're just trying to look at it. And then once we saw that event 201, and we looked at it and we saw, Bill Gates and Johns Hopkins and all these people drilled out the exact same thing happening with the exact same people and the exact same situation. We're like, okay, it's right there.
And then it was so obvious. The thing that really surprised me about this event is how humans actually, I need to go back a little bit. So when we were living in the Bay Area prior to this time, doing all this work on understanding the dark side of our own psyches and all that.
What's in here?
And, you don't want to drink that. I put stevia in my water. So, yeah. So that's how I don't eat sugar, but if I get like a sugar craving, I'll put stevia in something and then I get over my sugar craving. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. But anyway, so when we were living in the Bay Area prior to COVID, everything was so sped up and we were just observing
It's like
humans.
That in Seattle too, I'm sure.
And they were just rushing around.
We would just get on the highway and it was like Mad Max or Death Race 2000 or something.
Yeah.
And we would just go about our lives.
And the traffic and
people just
busy
running around like chickens
on their
with their
devices
heads cut off
all the time,
just
not
asleep.
communicating.
And we were just saying to ourselves, this can't go on. This isn't life. This is just lunacy. And these people are just working 60 hours a week to pay their inflated mortgages and all of this. And
to sit in traffic for 4 hours.
Just this lifestyle is just totally inhuman. This can't go on. And we watched it just.
We were just going, what?
More and more crazy.
This is not going to last.
Yeah,
and
we didn't know how it was going to crash.
Yeah,
we were just like, this can't last.
Plus, we had had already written in Shadow Tech the archetype of the virus.
Oh, yeah, right. So we wrote a book. I wrote it based on all of our conversations and brainstorming, and then I kind of researched everything and make sure it checked out, and then I put together this book called Shadow Tech, and it's a kind of a systems type of analysis of evil or the shadow, and what we called the archetype of the virus. So if you really start to look at the nature of evil and the nature of the dark side of the human psyche, you will see that it has mechanisms which are like a communicable virus. And if you look at these mass hysteria episodes like the one we have now, or ones that were even more tragic in the past, like, you know, with these totalitarian regimes, you see how the ideology spreads like a virus and infects people and takes them over. And there's another author who you should read. His name is Paul Levy. And he had a book, which I don't know when it came out, but we started looking at his work. And he was also talking about how the shadow of the psyche, and this is something we can go into more if you want, the whole shadow of the psyche, but how evil, which is really just the social side of the human shadow, is transmissible like a virus. So we really worked on understanding how this works, and we have a chapter in the book called V is for Virus, and it explains how, you know, in this theory, how this worked. And then when you actually have an episode of mass hysteria where the object of the hysteria is an actual virus, and people are wearing masks and social distancing and all that, if you analyze that symbolically, I mean, it is exactly like what we basically predicted. Us and Paul Levy and even Carl Jung predicted. He even called collective shadow material or evil. He related it to epidemics and to communicable disease. So it's been around. Mm-hmm. But yeah, when this came out, we're like, oh wow! So the virus actually, I mean, it's like a dream. It's like you wake up,
really,
it's like your dream came true.
Yeah.
Your nightmare.
So when we started watching how this unfolded and how humans were so taken over by this, and the way they were so easily taken over by this is because of their fear. It comes down to fear of death, right?
Yeah, right.
Ultimately,
really hangs on that, on fear of death.
Fear of death. And so the powers that be,
it's the main one.
It's much better than the war on terrorism.
Much from
better.
The point of view of conspirators that want to trigger mass hysteria.
Right.
It's better for them than the war on terror.
Oh my God. I mean, like, the war on terror was out there. It didn't really have, I mean, yes, unfortunately. It's
kind of just different.
Many soldiers.
One is like more masculine.
Yeah.
And the other one is more feminine.
Right.
That one is more like an oppressive force of war. Mm-hmm. And this one is like a smothering mother type, insular type of internally parasitic type of a thing.
Right. So if a human has a weakness of fear of death, and they haven't been dealing with that, fear of sickness, death, their relationship, any kind of death, right? And then it triggered a response. And then the memes, the mainstream media acted as a carrier, right?
Right.
It acted as a carrier for the mind virus.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, this thing is much more of a mind virus. I mean, yes, people have died and of COVID-related issues, and but ultimately, this is definitely more of a mind virus that has taken people over. And
if you really want to understand this from a psychological and sociological point of view, I would just look something up here. You got to look at this video by Matthias Desmet, Matthias Desmet. And the interview, it's on YouTube, and it's on the Peak Prosperity YouTube channel. So if you put Matthias Desmet Peak Prosperity into YouTube, you'll see this interview, and it's called Matthias Desmet on Our Grave Situation. And this guy is a sociologist, I think, but who also has a background in statistics and other things. He's a Belgian. And he had been studying for years the nature of totalitarian regimes and mass psychosis. And it's not like he's the only one that has been studying this. There's a lot of people who have been studying this, but very few people at the academic level who really have been just crunching on that subject. I mean, even Jordan Peterson, who has studied that, has not studied it to the detail that this guy has. And he has come up with a robust model for the conditions that have to exist in a society for a episode of mass hysteria, which leads to totalitarian control, to come into existence. And you should just watch that interview, and it just, everything
puts
is
it
laid
all
out
together.
Just bang, in 1 hour, the whole theory is put together.
This is recent too, when this
came out like a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And basically, you have to have a situation where the society is atomized to where people feel alienated from each other, distance from each other.
And this is what we had observed prior to COVID.
Yes, and he said these conditions have been met for years now. So you have to have people have that kind of sense of isolation from each other, and a lack of
meaning.
A lack of meaning in life, that they feel that their job is meaningless or that their life is meaningless. This kind of nihilism has to be there. And a lack of intimacy is the word I was looking for, with other people. And then you have to have what he calls free-floating anxiety and free-floating aggression. So when you have these conditions of, and free-floating anxiety basically is, he describes as a situation where if you know that you're going to play a big concert, if you know that you have to go to court or something scary, you have anxiety over that, and you might start breaking out or having psychosomatic reactions, symptoms. But you know what it's about. You know I got to go to court on these charges or whatever it is. And you won't go insane over that. But if the whole world, if your whole conception of the world is crumbling, and this is kind of like the red pill moment, but if you are in a state where things aren't working out, things don't make sense, and you can't make sense of the world anymore, and you're being frustrated in life, and you can't pin it on one thing, then you will develop what he calls free-floating anxiety. And this is obviously happening because we're at a moment where our civilization is on the downslide, and all these paradigms are cracking, and you can't point to one thing and say, this is the reason why. But when you're in a situation like that, you will look for a Donald Trump or a so-and-so or a such and such as a way to target the object of your anxiety. And so this is what we did see is before the pandemic, we did see Trump derangement syndrome, and we did see a lot of people targeting him or other people or other causes as to simulate this is the cause of my anxiety, so that
which is Jungian projection.
Yeah, it's Jungian projection, right? So we saw a lot of Jungian projection, shadow projection going on, but then after that had kind of at the tail end of the whole Trump thing, then you had the pandemic start happen, and then the virus became the object that people could use as the source of their anxiety. And then all measures must be taken to stop the virus and all of this. So he explains how this all works. And when this goes too far, when he says about Matthias Desmet says that about 30% of the population can get totally hypnotized. It's hypnosis by the object, the projected object of anxiety. And when this happens, that 30% of the population, they will make their own ethics, they will make their own cult, they will make their own ritualistic behaviors to try to, in a very primitive way, try to contain their anxiety and make sense of things and to give themselves a sense of meaning. Oh, now it's these dirty, unvaccinated people who are killing us all, and we have to protect ourselves from them. It's an epidemic of the unvaccinated,
so
and all this.
Let's force, mandates and all that kind of stuff. Right.
And the way he explains it is that if that 30% of that cult is able to silence the rest of the people, there's 30% cult members, there's 40 or 50% of people that go along to get along, they'll go wherever, and then there's 10 or 20% that are completely against it. If the 30% in the cult can silence the 10 or 20%, like they did in Germany or Russia or wherever, and silence them and shut down dissenting voices, then the cult's operating system can extend to the entire society. And if anyone is still standing up and fighting against it, they will just be taken out. Literally, they'll be killed. They'll be thrown in prison, killed, given, called, say you have mental illness, and put you in a mental hospital,
and
whatever.
In our times, deplatformed.
The deplatforming is on the way to throwing you in a pit.
Getting your PayPal, your monetary
That's on the
structure
way.
Censored.
Getting
fired. Yeah.
Yep,
So as long as that 10 to 20% of dissenters exist, whether they're pamphleting on the streets or taking out ads on billboards on the highway, or they have their own news sources or whatever, as long as that happens, that's enough of an antidote to the cult to where the cult can't metastasize and take over the whole society and start killing their opposition. But as soon as the dissident voices go away, then the whole thing goes totalitarian.
And he's been studying past totalitarian.
So this is what will happen. And and I think after knowing that, and this is in line with, I'd already read Political Ponerology by Andrew Lobachevsky, and I knew about psychopathy and I knew about some of this stuff. But once you kind of see how that works, and once you see the current situation, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to get a global totalitarian system, and the United States is definitely not going to go under totalitarian control.
There's going
to be a big fight.
And there's certain states.
Yeah, there's going to be a fight.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to be successful because in these past episodes, the regime would cut off communication with the outside world, and they were able to do that. And then they would start to implode that way. Whereas in today's world, even if they could try to shut down, the government and the monetary system and everything is so dependent on the internet and mass communications that they can't shut it down. It would shut down everything. So all they can do is target people. But if you do, you just pop back up again, or you use some other,
right. There's all these new
BitTorrent system
now,
or whatever, and we'll just develop other systems, and we'll just hack in, and we'll just use the existing system. So there will always be we'll use satellite, we'll hack into satellites, whatever. There will always be places where you can go. In the worst case scenario, it would be like a message board. And it would just be a daily updated message board of all the information that you would need to know to keep the dissident voices alive. And you would just go download that day. And we'll be able to keep talking to each other. And as long as we can do that, and as long as we keep talking to our neighbors and keep popping the bubble on the fantasy.
Yeah, and the great
it won't be able to do anything.
The great thing about viruses is they they just are trying to destroy, and they're not very smart.
That's right. If you look at it from the point of view of a virus, that the collective hysteria, the cult, is basically taken over by a mind virus, right? And then if you look at it from that point of view as a virus, viruses have specific ways of operating, and that's all they know how to do. And once the immune system knows what the genetic code of the virus is and what its spike proteins look like and that kind of thing, it just wipes them out. And the virus, they can evolve and they can say, well, I look like this now. I look like this now.
It only gets you where you're weak, right?
It gets you where you can't see.
If your immune system in every hole on, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's, nobody, you teach, I don't know if you teach, but you're obviously.
Do you teach for a living?
Do you teach fitness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You teach
music.
fitness.
I teach music, not fitness.
Oh, okay.
Not fitness, but you're part of that community.
Yeah.
And that they're not talking about how you make your immune system, how you make your physical form.
Oh, the authorities.
Healthy,
we're not talking about.
Right? They don't talk anything about that.
No, they don't talk about bolstering your immune system because that stops viruses.
Right. So this is the same in our mind too. So a virus can only get where you're weak, right?
Right.
And right now, a lot of people are weak in their own internal immune system, whether that be about their own physical health, or if their own fears about life, about that they're used to the system going to a doctor,
this
or
is a big problem there.
The whole medical system. And I woke up to that years ago.
Yeah.
Is all about keeping you sick, except for the sick mechanic,
if you break a bone,
breaking a bone, and they have technology and stuff like that, that's fine. But the health care industry is more like a health kill. It's about
death
keeping you a victim, right? Not taking
strung out victim,
not taking responsibility for your own physical body and your own mind. I would have been diagnosed years ago with depression or some other kind of issue or whatever, but the drug industry and the antidepressants and all these ADD drugs and all this stuff that they've been prescribing, it keeps you numb and out of your deeper gnosis, your deeper understanding of who it is that you really are. You have to be able to deal with your own emotional state, besides a physical state. We have to be able to deal with being emotional, our emotional bodies, and that's being sucked out of us too.
Yeah, where this is just like I think we talked about this in the last interview, is that this is just like an archetypal truth. Wherever a system is weak, you can look at it in terms of physics. Wherever any kind of a system, it could be some kind of a chemical molecular relationship. It could be some relationship between two stars in space or in nature. Wherever a system is weak, entropy, on one hand, will come in and start to pull it apart. Chaos, right? Entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. Things tend to fall down. So wherever there is a weakness in the relationship of parts, it will start to degrade, right? You leave your bicycle out in the rain, rust is going to start to come in there and the bicycle is going to start to degrade. So that's one thing. But also wherever you have weakness, that's the passive side of this. The active side of it is wherever a relationship is weak, it is subject to being attacked by outside agents, by any other creature or any other system that could use the free energy that could get off of breaking in there, right? So just out in nature or whatever, this is, every animal has to secure its territory, its food supply, its bodily autonomy and stuff, because otherwise other bugs, insects, animals will get in there and start sucking your blood. So there's a passive degradation aspect, and then there's an active predatory and parasitic aspect that will get into any situation where there's weakness. And you look at a society, you look at a people, and these are societies have life cycles. Civilizations have life cycles, and our civilization is, we don't know if it's at a at a terminal place, but it's certainly in a downslide. It's certainly in a facing what you could call a little death.
You could see, you can look at history at the end of civilizations like the Roman Empire.
Yeah, it's like that.
Look at all the degradation of what the Caesars were doing, marrying
the Greeks,
their horse.
the
They had
Egyptians.
vomitoriums.
And, it's all in the Bible about
like,
Babylon and Egypt.
The eunuchs cutting off their genitals and all that.
Yeah. So
it's like
it's normal that societies start to degrade and fall in on themselves. So the people, the operating system, the culture of the whole society is weak. And it's got all these weaknesses and all these openings for parasites, basically viruses, to come in. And people are interesting because people can get along anywhere in the spectrum of symbiosis. They can be totally predatory, or they can be almost completely mutualistic, and everywhere in between. And so what compels people, of course, is the mental construct that's running them, right? It's their internal psychic operating system. And people are subject to being compelled by ideologies, which can be, for all intents and purposes, parasitic or predatory. And when you're in a state of decline like we are, and everybody's got all these wounds, which are openings, that you have all kinds of opportunities for parasitic actors to get involved. And so that's where it's a free-for-all right now, where every kind of scummy, unconscious person is taking a shot at the culture, right? And is trying to get some free energy.
Do you feel like there's a common denominator, though, when you look back at, like, say, 9/11? Because I don't know if I talked about this on our last chat, but, around that time, I was always kind of leaning on the liberal side or Democrat. And when
I was on that side too more. Yeah.
Yeah. So was I.
I kind of, at the time, like I said, I questioned 9/11. I thought it was a setup. I thought Bush had something to do with it. Cheney for sure. But anyway, not to bring politics too much in this, but there is some element of that where, like, sports teams, like, hey, I like this team, and your team sucks, that kind of thing,
Tribalism.
I noticed I got canceled by a lot of, like, Republicans, conservatives, they're like, oh, you think Bush did this? I'm unfriending you and stuff that. And it's like, you don't buy the narrative, and so I was just thinking how interesting it is how it's completely done a flip now, where it's now the Democrats are like, trust in Fauci, and Trump's evil, Trump's the new, he's like Osama bin Laden, basically. It's like that whole mentality, my team's better than yours, I'm getting the vaccine, I'm a good person. And how much of the politics in that kind of psychology do you think it is kind of playing into that whole cult thing, because it seems like that has been, Republicans used to be in that cult, but it's become this virus stuff now, like with the fear of death, like you were saying, the terrorism, that's not an immediate threat to us, because it was more like, oh shit, that sucks, 3,000 people died in these towers, but it's over. Now they're going to go kill the bad guy in Iraq or whatever the hell. And but now, because of the problem, the media has turned this into like, you're going to die if you walk by and breathe, or if you go to the gym and not wear a mask, or if you know, or if you're not vaccinated, your family's going to die at Christmas dinner and stuff.
Right.
And like, it's on the news every day, and they've kind of they've found this trajectory where they're, you know what I mean? So I guess my question is, how much of that whole, you know, that weakness has to do with that team mentality. Like, my team says this is the right answer, so I'm going to do that. And, you know, the political side of it, I guess. Like,
it's like, it's as if, Luke, it's as if the society as a whole is, it's as if the society, every time it's as if it's like it's an addictive cycle. And it's as if the whole society will kind of rearrange itself depending on political affiliations and personality types, and it will kind of arrange itself into this arrangement where they, you know, because it'll arrange itself so in whatever manner necessary, so as to allow the destructive cycle to happen, in the same way that a relationship will, you have a couple that's fighting all the time, right? And it doesn't matter what the trigger is, they'll figure out some way to get the fight started, right? And it's as if societies do the same thing, where it's kind of like, all right, so the trigger was a terrorist incident, you know, ostensibly a terrorist incident that invokes that warrior function. And so all the people who align themselves, who consider themselves to be aligned with a warrior archetype, right? They, you know, these happen to be the conservative. We call them conservatives now, but they're people who are more, you know, these are the warrior types. Whether they're getting their warrior jollies through football, or they're shooting guns, or they're doing martial arts, or they're working in some kind of a physical construction job that takes, you know, takes strength, and they think of themselves in terms of warrior attributes. This is a certain portion of the population. Those types, they stand up when there's an attack, and then they start to take action. And it's the liberal ones that can stand back from that and say, hey, wait a minute, this is pathological what you're doing, right? And then they'll attack each other. And then there will be, and you guys are not patriotic, and you don't see the threat, and you're just a bunch of pussies, and blah, blah, blah. And they'll fight with each other, and they'll have their fight around this thing. And the conservatives, the warriors, will have the upper ground because there's a physical attack going on, and you can see that, and everyone will kind of grant them, everybody kind of takes their places on archetypal lines. And then another one happens where it's like a virus situation, right? Like we have now. And the warrior types, they kind of can't be all fussy about masks and getting a cold. And this is way too pussy and wimpy for them. They naturally are going to look at this and they're going to go, yeah, whatever, I got COVID, I got over it, let's move on. That's a warrior mindset. They're naturally going to be on the opposition side of this. And it's going to be the sensitive liberals that are going to be, no, you don't understand epidemiology and our children and all this. And they're going to be the ones to take control. And then we take our places and we fight each other and we destroy.
A game.
It's a game.
But can I bring this up?
Yes.
The powers that be
The puppet masters are up there going,
the puppet masters understand how this phenomenon works,
They do.
and this is
At
how
least in a basic level.
This is how they take out countries.
Yeah, they
do. There's a great Russian dissident, Yuri, what's his name?
Brezhnev, I think.
Who was around in the 80s, and it's up on YouTube.
Yep.
And he talked about how they go in to a country.
How that the intelligence services like, KGB.
Or CIA.
In other words, the deep state.
Yes.
Can demoralize and bring down a country internally through mind control, basically.
Through creating these tribes, look at what happened last year with all the rioting and the Black Lives Matter.
That was a psychological operation.
This was completely psychological operation.
Right.
There's people in those organizations that are being paid.
Right, and the word comes down from the highest level at the corporate level.
Right.
And it goes down to the producers of the news shows. And they're given, we've seen all those examples of how you turn from one TV channel or news channel to the next, and they're all reading the exact same script. So it's when you have that kind of control over media, and you do that through corporatization, then you can, and blackmail in other ways, then you can basically have this unified message. And when you have a unified message, that's when you can get that 30% of the population who's very easily hypnotized.
Who get into the tribal structures.
Yeah.
The only way that this is going to work out for us is if we can get beyond these tribal structures and understand
and the hypnotism.
That it has nothing to do with the left or the right.
No.
Has to do with being human and being a basically free individual to be able to make choices and question everything.
Yeah, the narratives. All narratives. Question all. But the thing is that once you start questioning all narratives, you enter into another rabbit hole.
Because if you don't ask questions, if you don't stay curious and ask questions, you are going to get played by these puppet masters.
Yeah, so basically you have the majority of the population who are, a percentage of them are easily hypnotizable. Another percentage of them are wanting to exercise their aggression through combat in some way or another, and they get into these tribal things. And then you have a small percentage of the population, an outsider percentage, who's able to go, okay, it's not the left thing, it's not the right thing, who's able to break the left-right paradigm, who's able to question all narratives, who's able to go, okay, well, maybe Donald Trump is better than Hillary Clinton, but now he's pushing vaccines and stuff. Forget it. I'm not voting for Donald Trump. You have to have that ability to be able to say, I know what my values are. And if they align with this or that group, then I'll support this or that group. But when that group is not aligning with my values, then I'm moving on. That's a true individual who has worked out what their own values are. And there's only a small portion of people who actually are able to work out their own values, because what happens when you work out your own values is that you might find a group of friends who are close enough in your values to have a community. But what will definitely happen is when you're finding your own values, you will start shedding people. You will start shedding affiliations, shedding jobs, shedding friends and all of that. And it will dissolve your social fabric as you're on the process of establishing what your own values are. And as your values change, which they will, as you come to know yourself in the world more clearly, then you will have to keep shedding those affiliations. And what that does to you is it makes you the ultimate outsider. And that is itself causes free-floating anxiety. And like Colin Wilson had that book, The Outsider. and or the whole Gnostic idea. It's the ultimate outsider, and the outsider is incredibly free on one hand, but is also alienated from the rest of the society, and constantly, as if all artists don't already do this, live in a state of continual anxiety. The artist has to always live in anxiety over the fact that they're constantly in some uncomfortable place in terms of creating their art, putting it out there, being able to survive success or rejection or all of this, or working out their own art, and the fact that it takes this very violent creative process for it to happen. The artist is always living in a state of free-floating anxiety. So maybe that's why the artist is more likely to be the outsider in general. But you have to be able to handle that kind of alienation, that's continual alienation, when you refuse to join some tribe and you refused to let go of your own principles for the safety of community.
Yeah, I would. I hate to bring this up, but I think it's very important, since we're all musicians, to how we have observed the music industry and even people in metal, who there have been so few who've stood up with their own values.
Yeah.
And because
they didn't know what they were.
Yeah. And also because their own weaknesses, say their security, right? If you speak out against what's going on, whether it's mandates or the elimination of festivals or all these different things, then you may lose your job or whatever, is what I think some of these musicians who, if they had spoken out, it may have been made more of a difference, but it's a lot more risky. It takes a very strong individual to be able to stand in their values and not have their own personal weakness take them out of their values. But unfortunately, this is the nature of our world right now. That's why it's very important, I think, that we do face our own death every day, that we do take responsibility and say, what are my values? What is most important to me? I may walk out there and get hit by a car. I may get hit by, who knows, but the most important...
That's facing your own death right there.
Right. The most important thing is what is important to you deeply, find out what that is, and then stand in it and operate as a
Right.
warrior in your life. You have to, right now. I think it's very, very important for people to activate that part of themselves, that they're strong, they're curious, and they will stand up for what's important to them, and to live in a world where you don't have choice over your own autonomy, whether it be a physical autonomy of whether or not you can walk around without a mask on. I mean, give me a fucking break. Now in Texas, it's great because you don't have to wear a mask anywhere. But what you see, this is the really amazing thing, is about half the people still are wearing their masks everywhere, and they don't have to wear a mask. I mean, like, why would I want to cover up my face,
Well, and that the people who are, this is a crazy thing, the people who are wearing masks are all vaccinated.
Oh, I know, right.
So they're vaccinated. So that just goes to show you that it's not about only the rational idea that I want to protect myself. It's about the social cohesion. And this guy, Matthias Desmond, explains how it is that by joining the team, then they, you know how I explained his theory that these mass hysterias ride on populations who are already isolated, socially isolated and alienated from each other. And so what happens is that the ritual of the cult brings them into a new club, and that they get to feel that they are secure again in a community. We are the good ones who care about the world.
We care about you,
And it's a virtue signaling, and it's a tribal allegiance to, and it makes them feel that they're part of the good club. And so that's a big part of what's going on. And it's also totally unconscious.
I know.
It's also, it sucks too, because, you know, I saw a video like on someone was sharing of this girl who was kind of going on this rant saying like, we need men in the world. And, you know, it's sad to see 6-foot man in a grocery store wearing a mask. And I totally agree with that. But the thing is too, I mean, if I go into my gym and I don't have a mask, I've already been yelled at twice for having it down, and I don't. It's not worth it for me to get kicked out and not be able to lift weights, you know, or go into if I have to go in a restaurant with a stupid thing and then pull it down to eat because I'm hungry, or if I want to go to get on a bus or an airplane, you just it sucks because it's not like I'm doing that for my own choice.
I know.
But I get what you guys are saying, because you live in a place where it's optional mostly. Is that right? So
I totally understand you. We were in California, and so what would I do if I were you in Seattle? Right. In one of the most oppressive places with this whole thing going on. Would I wear them if okay, first of all, I would look for an underground gym. That's the first thing I would do. I would just start to look, and I would see in my distance, can I find a gym that is either just kind of implicitly allowing, you know, just more free, just like try undercover, or is there an underground gym? Is like somebody in their warehouse or whatever, or can I work out at home? And I would look for options. The first thing, if I couldn't find options, and going to the gym is a big part of life. And I mean, I do go, not as much as you do, but it's a big part of your life for sure. But I would go to the gym, and I would wear the mask, and I would try to communicate with the people there, and I would try to find out, okay, so where are you on this? Do you agree with this? And I would let them know, whether it's the manager, the owner, or the person at the desk, or, you know, hey, you know, we're not into this. We know this is bullshit, but we're going along. And I would give the maskers the opportunity to, because they need that social cohesion, to join my cult, my club, the club of individual freedom-loving humans who make our own decisions in life. That's my club. And I would say, hey, that's the club I'm in, or you want to join my club? And I would basically just kind of do that. And I would start to use the underground signals that, you know, we know it's all a fraud, and pull down the mask. Like, one of the things is pull the mask down below your nose, right? That indicates, that's an indicator that we're not in the cult. We're just doing.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And, you know, a lot of people are just like, fuck this. And what I've done though, is and I'm lucky for this. I got this chick mask. It's like a rhinestone thing. It's not even a real mask. It's like, yeah, and I turned it inside out. The only downside is there's like some sparkle, so it looks like I'm kind of a, you know, whatever. But you know, I don't care. So it's a fake mask, and the only place I've been yelled at once for it to take it off and put on a real one was at a casino once. But yeah, the gym people, they know it's fake. My boss knows it's fake.
Right.
They're just like, you know what? They don't say anything. They're just like, we know it's all bullshit. So I found a way to circumvent the insanity.
There you go.
But I have been yelled at for pulling it down or having it down and stuff. And I don't like
that's going to happen.
Like being singled out. I don't want to go into a grocery store and get in a fight with the managers over getting a 6-pack of beer, not wearing some. It's like, you know what? It's kind of like why I guess what I'm saying is it's become like, wearing the shoe and shirt policy at a store.
Yeah, but
And it's become a legality now. So like, I get what you're saying though. If there was if in Texas, like if it says masks optional and they're wearing it still, that means they've opted into this crap.
Right.
Right.
There's a difference between like we have a corrupt, of course, these I don't call them liberals anymore. They're not liberal. They're
the progressives, communists. Yeah. Yeah, they're not liberals. I don't use that term either. I call them progressives.
But, we have Inslee, who's just part of the cult. He's right there with Newsom and the Cuomo brothers. He's just part of all the freaks, And every time he comes on with his mask on and the hand signaler guy, I already know, like, now what's going to happen. And it's always like, this is closing down. It's just like watching Hitler, And it's like, but again, I knew he did it again with the whole, you got to wear a mask at the gym. And I just was so furious, and it was like, that's why I'm so passionate about going off on these people. Cause, and the people who follow them and vote for them too. Fuck those guys,
Yeah. So one thing you brought up that it's like Hitler, right? Okay. So obviously I have, I have Jewish ancestors. I'm half Jewish, and I heard stories for years about the Holocaust. It's a big part of that community. But the thing is when they started to say to the Jews, you have to wear this yellow star. And you could always have said no.
They could have gotten together in the synagogues and just said, you know what, they're going to torture some of us, but we have to. And the leadership could have just said, no, we're not doing it.
Somehow they went along with it, right?
Because they thought that would just lower the anxiety and they could just tolerate the situation.
Right. So
but they didn't realize that it always goes to
this is what's happening, right?
They didn't realize that.
They thought we were conspiracy theorists saying that there was going to be a digital chip or a vaccine or a passport or something a year ago, right? That was before all of this. Mm-hmm. And they told us everything they told us, they lied about.
Oh, the
even
authorities?
About, Fauci, all of them, right? Right. They lie.
They themselves are just reading scripts from people above them. Yeah.
So at some point, a percentage of us have to finally say, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's how I feel. That I have a day job at a big super natural food supermarket that very well, that I've worked for many years. And I fought them the whole way with the whole masking and taking temperatures before work. And now I'm pulling down the mask being a cashier, right? And I'm dealing with wearing this thing 8 hours a day.
Yeah, so there it is. She's in a situation.
And the
customers don't have to wear the mask where she works, but she does.
But I do. Even vaccinated employees. This is the funny thing, is that when the vaccination, they were pushing the vaccination. I will never take it because I take care of all of my health naturally. I would never take any vaccinations. So whatever you want to call me, it doesn't matter. This is just how I take care of my own body, is through natural sources, right? I take responsibility for my health. But so last year, they were pushing the vaccines. They were bribing the team members, bribing them with money. And things like that. And then for about a month, they said that if you're vaccinated, you can take your mask off. Right.
And then they changed that.
And there were people that I know that took it just so they could take their mask off, right? Uh-huh. And then a month later, they put it back. And I had this one friend, and it red pilled him. Yeah. He said, "What the fuck did I do His
He
wife
didn't want to take it.
His wife didn't take it. She was Italian. She went over to Italy and she saw what was going on. She didn't want to take it. He took it and then he had to do it again. And so this is what I'm saying is they are lying at every phase of this thing. And it's for a purpose.
And they're doing this 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. They're doing it like this. They've done all at the wherever it is, Tavistock, Rand Corporation, these think tanks, they've figured out, the elites have been studying mass psychology more than anyone. And they know how cults work. The CIA's been experimenting with cults for decades.
They know how to do it through art, right?
They don't know the human condition fully. Right. They know how to hypnotize a portion of people, and then they use them to try to shove through their policies.
Right.
That's what they know. They don't know the whole human condition.
No, they don't know. They're pretty stupid in some ways because they don't have a deeper sense
of creativity
of who they are on a much deeper level.
They're always running the same place.
And when you're a psychopath, you don't have any access to
No, it's true. Like
I
mentioned this before. Somebody interviewed Fauci about what was he thinking back in the AIDS days when he said this or that. And he said, well, I can't get into my own head and psychoanalyze myself. So I have to guess what I was thinking back in those days. And I thought, this is a psychopath. You can't get into your own head and psychoanalyze. You can't. It's like I could ask you, Luke, okay, so back when you joined Vile back in 2004 and such happened, what were you thinking about this situation? You would go back in your head and you would go, well, I was thinking this, that, and the other. A psychopath has so little experience with analyzing their own internal state that they just go with whatever the script was. We were doing this because at the time we thought that blah 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 blah, and so that's what we were doing.
And they have no qualms about manipulating the public, about
double speak, double think,
about lying and then coming back and saying something else.
You can look at all this stuff through the lids of psychopathy and how psychopaths work, but it's it's a whole organic process where you have the mass hypnosis, you have the easily hypnotized people, you have the atomized society with free-floating anxiety, you have the rise of psychopaths and sociopaths and other narcissists who move up in these times when the society is on the downslide. And then, and you have just the general state. This to me is the most important thing and what our book is about and everything we're always talking about. The general situation is that everything that we're talking about now is all dark stuff. It's all dark stuff. It's all human dark stuff. And the reason why we keep having these cycles and why we don't short circuit them immediately is because, like Fauci, we don't have enough experience internally investigating our own psyches. So we look back at these episodes and we write about it, and sociologists try to form theories, but nobody actually stops while the process is ramping up and goes, oh, hey, wait a minute. I am taken over by this. I feel compelled to go get this vaccine. Why is that? I feel compelled, even though I know the masks don't work, I'm an engineer, I still feel compelled to wear it. What's going on? People don't question their own programming, and they don't, or, there's that woman that yelled at that guy on the airplane recently about not wearing the mask, and she wasn't wearing the mask.
Oh, I saw that.
Right? Yeah, it's like
retarded.
But that's happening thousands and thousands of times a day, and people are not saying, "Hey, you know what? I was in the Safeway, and I yelled at this guy for not wearing a mask, and then I realized Mine was below my nose. And then tell your mother or your son or uncle about it, and then ask, why did I do that? No one's doing that. No one's actually studying their own behavior. They're not studying their own unconscious processes,
Right.
bringing it into consciousness, having dialogue about it, and saying, I must be more unconscious than I thought I was. Why? And people do this. People do ask. People do this, but not very much. And we live in a society that does that so little. We are so anti-introspective.
But the thing is
that this stuff can emerge.
Yeah, and how can it emerge if we've been dumbed down so much now that we don't even question the external world?
I have a high school degree.
Right.
And I don't think I was taught very much in school.
I'm not saying it's just school.
It was my dad that said, you got to learn these multiplication tables they're teaching you in school. And he helped me study 12 times 12 and all the different things and all of that. School didn't do that. It was only a handful of things in school. I mean, I probably can't even think of a single thing really in school that school might have presented me with this lesson. Okay, now we're going to learn these vocabulary words. But it was my parents that said, you got to do your homework. You got to do these vocabulary words. It was my parents actually that dumbed down. I know that half the population has an IQ under 100.
It's not.
I know that. If half the population has an IQ of 100 or more, half the population is not they're intrinsically capable of analysis, of plenty of analysis,
right,
to be able to handle the situation, but they're not doing it. I can't just blame society.
No.
I have to blame people.
Well,
it's the immaturity. It's where we're at.
Well, it's where we're at.
Yeah.
And it's gotten worse. I mean, I see it even in the music industry, and of people just not even questioning anything anymore.
Yeah. It's a natural downslide. It's a natural thing.
That was something too that you mentioned earlier about that whole thing with just the silence amongst even people who claim to be free thinkers in the metal scene especially. But that I kind of think of it, and I think that we're divided in a sense as a world, like where there's kind of like a threefold thing going on, where you got people who are obviously being bribed to go along with certain things, especially Hollywood. Actors are paid off to post BLM or Fauci or whatever, whatever.
Yeah,
there are lots of money going on around there. Even Biden himself tried to pay, I think, Snoop Dogg millions of dollars to say something about don't vote for Trump or whatever. There's this stuff going on all over. And who knows who's got their hands in Arnold's pockets. He's just off the loop, crazy,
Right.
But
screw your freedoms.
Yeah.
Well, he's always just been such a virtue signaler, I know. But anyway, like that stuff, there's the virtue signaling, right? For the sake of virtue signaling and being, having your peer approval. Like Colin talked about this, the peer approval thing, which is, all, we've seen this since, grades, 7th grade, this whole thing, like, I'm a cool guy because I wear the Stussy shirt or the baggy pants or that stuff,
humanity.
Right? But so there's like, I kind of think of it like the threefold thing where you got like the people who are obviously getting paid a lot of money. Fauci's one of them. He's just rich to through his gills from all this. Bill Gates,
but he's also a very tribal person. He's in that place. He's the point man. He holds the key to all that, to 4.7 or something billion dollars in funding that goes out to all the scientists and all these other agencies and stuff. And he's controlling all the papers, scientific papers that get published or that get that get into the NIH. I don't know how they do that, but he's sort of the gatekeeper for a big part of the medical industry. And so he's there in that place on behalf of corporations and on behalf of politicians and all kinds of different groups that are wanting influence in that way. And he's been there for 40 years doing that. So it's not even about his money. He's not one of the richest men on the planet. He could, be richer just in private life if he wanted to be. If he wanted to become a CEO of Pfizer or something like that or something. He's there as a gangster. It's a gangster position.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just, I always kind of thought of it like there's the virtue signalers, there's the bribery, the people who are obviously making money on it. And I mean, he could fit somewhere between those two, but
yeah.
But then then there are just the naive people out there who truly,
Yep.
It's kind of like at the gym, like you were saying, teaching fitness. Like I self-studied that, then I actually got a degree in that, and I tried to do it, but the jobs were just not really. The money really wasn't worth it, but it's like, but there is a place for that job because a lot of people, they're very intelligent. They can learn they're engineers. They work computers, but they don't know the first thing to do to go in and get toned or about nutrition, things like that. Right. So there's that obvious thing where people, they actually watch the news, all the media that's playing this stuff, the puppet masters, as you call them, and they actually think, oh shit, if I don't wear this thing over my face, that virus is going to jump in and it's going to kill me, and I might have to be on a ventilator. So they're ignorant. It's just like someone's ignorant on weight training. They kind of look to that trainer like, this is the guy who's going to show me, and that's not a bad thing, right? That's a good thing. But it's dangerous when you actually look at the news, and a lot of people do. They fall for it, and they believe everything they see and everything they watch on TV, and then they especially believe, the political thing. Back to that, it's like, like Bush said that this caveman guy crashed the planes and these towers. That's what happened. That's kind of how now with liberals and Fauci and stuff, like, that what he says, that's what's going on. Let's follow the science, and it's like the same kind of naive, simple-minded thinking. And anyway, I guess I was just trying to, point out how I kind of look at that threefold kind of thing where there's the obviously people who are getting paid lots of money to push
that's
this
the
stuff.
Conscious part of it, yes.
And then the virtue signalers who it's like
where you're
like if you want to watch the virtue
part.
signaling, like just like look at Annie Potts. Like that's the craziest person I've noticed lately in Hollywood. Like
I don't know.
I mean, she's nuts. Like, and it sucks because I love the Ghostbusters, but anyway. But yeah, she's one of those Hollywood people who just like wear your freaking mask and get that. If you haven't got vaccine, you can die and like that. That's an obvious person who's just nuts, and they're like probably not getting paid to do this. They just really are that far into like. And then there's again, like I said, the simpletons who are just kind of blindly like, oh well, we should trust the science and go with this. It's so anyway, I don't know. I was just kind of adding to that because I liked a lot of stuff you guys are saying. There's so much to go on and respond to, and I'm kind of just letting you. But
this is a human psychology.
It's really it really is. Depends on where you want to look at it, but it's extremely deep.
It's extremely deep, and it goes so deep that we're just trying to come up with maps. So you just came up with this threefold theory, and it's like that works. It's a map to overlay on top of the situation to try to get a grasp of this. Or I laid out a few other ones, or this guy Matthias Desmet is laying one out, and it's like that's all we can do is just try to create these maps to try to understand what's going on. But ultimately, it's nature. And this is psychology, and the human beings have been, I mean, in our current form, I don't know what they say, the Homo sapien and I don't know, we're like what? There's like a 2 million years we've been around before we were considered primates or whatever. There's millions more years potential. I mean, the sun's not going to blow up for another billion years or something like that. So there's plenty of time to evolve. This is a long-term process, right?
I guess I apologize too, because I was going on so far about that theory I have, but what I want to do is come back full circle to what Melissa was saying about the metal scene. Is I truly believe there obviously is that whole thing, like, I don't want to get canceled, I don't want to lose my label. I mean, we've seen bands being dropped by their label for even liking Trump, for God's sakes, you know.
I know.
But there's that fear, obviously. But then there really is that what I think too is it's not that they didn't always think for themselves, because a lot of metalheads are intelligent, but I feel like it's a lot of it is just definitely that peer approval, virtue signaling part of it, where, you know, I've seen this so much now too, where, you know, I like metalheads, like you look like the singer of Lamb of God, or even the Foo Fighters. They did a show where you cannot get in if you were not vaccinated. So like that's crazy. That's
or the one guy that's pushing vaccines, the guy from Behemoth, who
Nurgle, I
mean,
that's a really, if you have to look at
it.
that psychologically, right? So he's been so anti-religion. I'm a Satanist. You know, I'm this, you know,
anti-establishment
rebel. And now he's made science his religion, right? In a way.
I mean, he had he had cancer, he had leukemia or something. He went to the hospital, they gave him chemotherapy or radiation or some crazy treatment, and he actually survived. And so he might have done some replacing of his faith into the scientific establishment, but he's not been red-pilled. He doesn't see the bigger picture. The dark aspect, the shadow side of society. He doesn't see that part
even though he lives in Poland, where they lived through that, you know.
But the red pill experience is a particular kind of initiation that is, like I said, it's archetypal in that you can have this type of awakening just as part of life stage transition. You wake up to the, you know, Santa Claus or whatever, or to the fact that, you know, your parents might not be right about everything or whatever, you kind of these wake ups. But the red pill awakening is sort of it's kind of the most, it's really a, it's really a fantastic, if you actually are really red pilled, you go through, it doesn't mean like where most Republicans are now, where they are actually using the term deep state and they understand that some conspiracies are real and stuff like that. That's like getting close. But when you are actually red pilled, your whole worldview is shattered, and you have to move into a state of total anxiety and alienation from society, and you may become paranoid, and you may become nihilistic, and you have to go through a period of not knowing what's real and what's not, because, you know, before you would basically think, you pick up a magazine at the magazine stand and you think, well, this is something based in reality, and then you realize that it may be completely made up, and then you don't know what's real or not, and you might start wondering if the earth is flat, and that maybe every picture that NASA ever put out is a complete airbrushed fraud.
That happens to some people.
That happens to people. Or you might start going to some of the people who were already red-pilled years ago, you know, maybe an Alex Jones type, or a so-and-so over here, or a David Icke, or whoever. And then you might start going, oh, these guys are psyops operators. These guys are disinfo agents. They're part of the scam to keep me ignorant and stuff. And you might start projecting Satan or the demiurge onto these people, archons. These are the bad guys. They're tricking me, and you won't have your discernment worked out. And you have to go through this period of developing your discernment, and you have to go through this whole wrenching process of figuring out, well, where do I fit in with this? Is there anybody in this outsider club? How am I going to deal with the world now? There's this whole process that you have to go through, this psychological process to be fully red-pilled. And so I don't know why I said that.
Well, I think partially...
Why did I say that?
I think that people are going through that experience.
I said that for a reason, so whatever it is.
I think that I see more and more people having that experience through the last 2 years. Their whole...
That's happening big time now.
Yeah.
And we had a big boost after 9/11.
Right.
You had one after JFK and Martin Luther King and these other assassinations. You had people waking up, and the whole conspiracy culture has been growing. Slowly, it's been getting bigger and bigger. It got a big boost after 9/11. And then you had some other events in Oklahoma City and some other stuff, but then you got the next big one after this thing right here. And so it's a natural evolutionary process.
This is global.
This time, yeah.
So you're having people all over the world start to question what's going on. Look at Australia right now.
Right.
I mean, talk about,
from what we see. From what I know, it's like surface level authoritarian. Yeah, I know. I mean, they even have like concentration
obviously,
camps
you could
level,
probably
you can avoid it
in
out in the rural
areas.
Because it's funny when you see Facebook memories of posts you made years back, and I saw one and I laughed so hard. It was in 2014. I posted. Remember when they were doing the Ebola thing? It was like around winter. I said,
whatever.
I said, funny how Ebola just disappeared, and now we're on to the cop who shot the kid, and that was like, it turned into that whole George Floyd kind of crap, happening, and everyone forgot about the Ebola thing. And I thought, that's exactly what happened, in 2020. But the reason why I think the COVID thing, obviously, is it got so out of hand was because of the lockdowns. Just drove everyone crazy. A lot of domestic violence, the mask thing, which is just completely dehumanized people, especially children. I think the mask thing is going to have a permanent, a damaging effect on children.
I can tell you,
total
from working with the thing on for 8 hours, right? It is still very challenging to me. It's like I can't communicate. I used to interact with customers by communicating with my mouth. When you have this thing and you can't breathe,
it's garbage.
And you're just looking at their eyes, you can't even feel, you don't know what their full emotional state is. If you're empathetic and slightly psychic that I am, sometimes I see in their eyes deeper things that are going on that they may not even know. And so I have to be extremely careful. And then they had those big plastic things up in front of all the registers. And I have to interact with somebody with a mask on. They have a mask. There's plastic things. I mean, what is this?
Yeah.
This is like some sci-fi movie out of control.
It's a plan.
Yeah.
It's a plan, and it's taking advantage of people's weaknesses. It's absolutely
right.
Yeah.
So, I think that the masking thing, and now 2 years in, people are used to it. They're comfortable.
Right.
The teenagers and the children. What you're saying about the children is horrible.
There would be a portion of the public that if the technology were out there, you would give them their metaverse thing or whatever for their eyes. you'd give them a breathing apparatus for their thing, and you give them a little oxygen pack and stuff like that. And you'd be like, okay, there you go out in the world. And 1 billion people would sign on to that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it seems like what they want to implement.
It seems like, so here's the thing, is that once you see the conspiracy, once you see the technocracy, and you look at the science fiction, you look at first it was the fictional books like Huxley's Brave New World or George Orwell's 1984, and then you got these other movies, these dystopic science fiction, Hunger Games, and you had
They Live,
and you had all those kind of films, The Matrix, obviously, and all kinds of other books through the 60s and 70s, and Philip K. Dick and all this stuff. And once you kind of look at all of this, you see that this is a constantly re-updating dystopic view, which is basically, it's re-updating itself according to the current state of culture. And it's the same view over and over again, just updating itself. Like in 1940 or whatever, Orwell, when did that come out? Probably the 50s, actually, or late 40s, early 50s, or 48. Orwell, he's talking about this archetype in terms of what's available and what can be imagined from there. And then it gets updated. And now the Matrix is kind of where we can imagine, where does the archetype of totalitarianism and dystopia, what does it look like now? What does it look like now? What does it look like now? We're always re-imprinting, reiterating, what is this potential human slavery, human parasitic future? What is it? And it's a function of civilization itself. It's because you have civilization itself is hierarchical by nature, right? It's a pyramidal system by nature. And if that civilization goes bad, if it becomes sick, like any living thing, if it gets sick, it can either kind of fall to one side, which is like the chaos side. That's the road warrior side. There's movies like that, right? Mm-hmm. But the road warrior thing, every man for himself and all of this kind of a deal, or whatever, apocalyptic thing like that. And then there's the other side, the control side. And that's the more sort of masculine side. The control side is that the system becomes the ultimate form of slavery. And these are potentials, and they actually show up in the real world. You actually have societies that turn into dictatorships or turn into totalitarian states, and they actually become slave states, and they go on through history. And so we could look at that and go, this is a thing that actually happens. So when we're talking about this whole global technocracy and conspiracy, all this, it's really just an updated thing that's based on our extrapolated imagination of what we've already seen through history. So it's not really that wild. And if you're wondering how far it can go, it will go as far as it can go. Naturally, it's a natural thing. It will go as far as it can go, depending on the level of maturity and health of the population. It's like a human body that gets taken over by cancer. Will it take over the whole body and kill the person? Or will it go far enough, and then the immune system or the will to live or the human soul will say, no, I have more work to do on this planet. I'm not leaving, and it will back it off. And then from that moment on, that person that beat the cancer, like you and lots of other people that beat cancer, their life is now changed. It became an initiation into a higher state of maturity. And so we're going to see this totalitarianism is going to unfold. It has lots of history. It's already been imagined. it could go to the level of human beings in pods being controlled by whoever, and
or it could be a chip, like
or
the
a chip or whatever. It
Neuralink
could go,
or whatever.
if we want to let it go that far, it'll go that far, but it will stop at the level of wherever the psychic potential of the society or of the globe is. It will go as far as it can go. It's like a bad marriage or anything else, or a bad job. You'll take so much abuse and then you'll put an end to it. And that's the way we are with this current totalitarianism. It will go so far, and then it will either collapse us all, and we'll all just, and there'll be another, maybe one of many times that humanity got X'd out, or we'll wake up to it, and a number of people will get scraped off, and a number of people will say, oh, okay, we see what's happening. We're not going to deal with that anymore, and they'll fix the situation. So that's just what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's why I think on an individual level, that's where it is. It's like, okay, so I'm living in this really weird sci-fi movie thriller.
That's the human imagination. That's our mythology.
How do I want to live in this simulation?
Yeah,
right?
What am I going to do? I think this is the most important thing. Is once you've diagnosed the problem, and I know that our society is in a state of diagnosis right now of going, people like us, we're already ahead of the curve, but most people are still in the state of, so I think that the interview with Matthias Desmet is so important, because he's actually putting a psychological, sociological diagnosis that's accurate on the table and saying, hey, look, here's what's happening. So we're in a state of diagnosis right now, and it's kind of like the addict who says, okay, I almost killed myself with that last time I shot up. I think I'm going to stop now. I'm going to just go through the withdrawals. I'm going to check into a hospital. I'm stopping this. And so that's about to happen. That's starting to happen now. And the question we all have to ask, those of us who are awake, who have already become outsiders, we have to say, well, what is my role in the whole thing? And so can I do interviews? Can I write books? Can I
make music?
Can I make music and put it into my videos? Can I hand out, bumper stickers downtown? Can I afford to buy a billboard?
Do I want to go to the school board?
Go to the school board? Do I need to talk to the manager at the gym or whatever, and just have let's say, hey, let's be human and let's figure this out. Am I going to push my own boundaries of where I feel comfortable, in doing this? And what am I going to do? And then I would like that. So I call that the culture warrior role. That's where you say, okay, the dystopia is unfolding. It's baked into the cake, and it is unfolding, and we will go that direction. We saw it already in the 20th century many times, so it's going there. It's going to happen. It's going to go as far as it can. We don't know how far it's going to go. It's going to go as far as it can. So, okay, now, the culture warrior mode is the red-pilled individual who says, I'm going to take action in the physical world. So everybody has to figure out what that is. And maybe it has to be preparedness on one end, but it also has to be social interaction. It has to be somehow taking your voice or your message to the world, standing up in the world. So that culture warrior has to be there. I would like more people to go to phase 2. This is all kind of in the matrix. And phase 2, which is the shamanistic, mystic, psychological, psycho-spiritual level of things. Because once you realize that this model is being reiterated through the collective psyche based on programming that's inside of us that we are unaware of. It's kind of like the virus is really the right metaphor, because you will suffer from a pandemic until you can see the actual biological pathogen that's infecting your body, your cells. Once you can see it, you can develop a medicine for it, or once your body can see it, your body closes the door to the cells and it can't do anything anymore.
Antibodies.
And so it's the same thing that's going on with the virus of totalitarianism, of authoritarianism, that just keeps wanting to run. It's latent and it just keeps arising. And once you can see that it lives in the unconscious of all human beings, then you can go look for it in yourself, bring it into consciousness. And the way you do this is by identifying the characteristics of totalitarianism in the world, and then go looking for those characteristics in yourself. That's called shadow work. When you study, this is one way of doing it. When you study let's say the black magicianship of Anthony Fauci, or you study the hardcore dictatorial authoritarian type of approach that you see going on in Austria or Australia or whatever, or wherever it is, or in China or whatever, when you study that and you go, what is that behavior? What is the mindset of that? Or the overreacting Karens on the airplane.
Or the narcissistic
virtue signaler.
Yeah.
Or the fraidy cat mask wearer. And you study the actual the topology of the authoritarianism that's unfolding. And then you go, okay, well, where's that in me? Where's that fraidy cat little mask wearer in me? Where's that virtue signaler, or that complaining Karen, or that authoritarian, or that little
black
sneaky,
magic,
sly little creep?
Yeah, or the narcissistic.
Or that narcissist that's constantly seeking attention. Where are those in me?
Yeah, or look, I think one of the most ironic things is you look at the people, like, for example, the climate changers, like, use your own bag at the grocery store, or save the plastic straw, no plastic straws, save the, all that, which, hey, I'm 100% with that. I turn the lights off every time I leave my room. I'm a very big conservator of energy. Yeah. I pick one towel at the gym. I don't take three towels like some people do. I'm totally on board with that. But what I've noticed is when this thing happened, every Democrat type of hippie person I know who's gone with this COVID crap just basically just wiped their hands off the climate change, like wear all the masks, like throw your mask on the floor.
I know. There's billions of masks in the oceans.
The toilet paper thing was just insane. Remember that? The toilet paper crap? All those people, man, doing the whole climate change crap, and then they just did like hoarding toilet paper and all that crap, and then the masks and then now they're like back to the climate change thing. It's like, fuck you, man. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. So then where is that self-centered, selfish little coward in me? Right. So you find those parts. You can, now that you see what ugliness and what pathology looks like in the world, you can now go, okay, some of that isn't you. Some of you, I don't have the black magician problem. I'm good with my magicianship. I don't use my ability to see things that other people can't see to take advantage of them. That's the black magician thing. That's what Fauci's doing. That's what all these guys are doing out there. That's what Gates is doing. He's snickering and laughing about it as he does it even. It's so pathological. So, but I have other stuff. I have coward stuff, like how I should have said something, or I should have taken a stand in some way, and I said, no, I'm a little afraid to do that. Or maybe there's other times though where I push through that cowardice, and when I do push through it, sometimes I come off way too aggressive. Because it's how I push through my cowardice. I just push through it, and I'm all imbalanced.
Or for me, my neediness or narcissism. So narcissism comes from self-esteem,
Right.
Which is from epigenetic mother trauma, a lot of that from having a mentally schizophrenic mother. And being abandoned. So
yeah,
it turns on some of these other shadow complexes in me, so that basically partially out of a survival mechanism. But if you're not aware, if I didn't become aware of these things and start to work with
it's a natural need to be seen, that every child needs to be acknowledged and seen. And when you're abandoned, when you're not seen because the parents are too busy or they're too wrapped up in their own garbage,
or
their own drama, and the child is not seen and is not felt that there's a emotional presence there and all of that, then they compensate, or they can compensate with that with narcissism. And to try to replace, and it never works because...
Yeah, so basically these traits, these darker traits, they can become parasitic in our own psyches if we don't...
They become complexes,
they call complexes, but they act like parasites or viruses in our own psyches and will attract... in our world, certain patterns, negative patterns, whether that be with our relationships, our jobs, all sorts of things.
This is the next stage. This is the next red pill. The first red pill is you wake up to the dark side of humanity that is just sitting there everywhere, just like a mold. It's just permeated everything, and it's always been in there. It's the corruption, and it's all the mafia stuff, and it's all the payoffs and all of the blackmail and all that. It's always in society. You wake up to the mold, to all the little creepy crawlers, and that's the first stage of this, and you have to deal with that. And maybe it has a spiritual dimension, because if you're a Christian or a spiritual person, you believe that God is watching over the whole situation. Well, you're like, okay, obviously this is the work of the devil, and why isn't God doing anything? And it's like, so there's that whole paradigm of waking up to the dark side, waking up to evil. That's one red pill, and it takes hard to swallow that, and you have to reorient yourself as an outsider and all of that. So that's hard. But then the next level of this is when you realize that all of that has an unconscious source in the psyche, in the inner state, in the mind of every human being, and that the human shadow, the human evil, that this is it's another step of you try to tell blue pill people, oh yeah, 9/11, it was an inside job. And they're like, how could that be? I can't see it. Bin Laden did this. We saw the planes go in.
The mind will create cognitive dissonance.
It can't, and you're like, no. You have to understand that there's other things that are going on. There's other forces. There's other relationships. There's other scams. They've been going on for a long time. 9/11 wasn't the first one. There were other ones, and you guys got scammed by those too. So it's been operating for a long time, and you just haven't seen it. Oh, no, don't show me. No, I can't. No, that's bullshit. That can't be true, right? So it's the first level, and it takes a major jump to be able to go, oh, shit. These people are totally conspiring and lying to our fucking faces. That's a total lie. That's a huge jump. Now, the next jump is to realize that all of that only works because of our inability to see the psychological source of evil, and to be able to recognize that we are carrying a little bit of it in ourselves, and that it travels from person to person on those resonances within our own psyche. Those are the sympathetic strings. We have sympathetic strings in our own inner states that resonate with each other. That's how love is passed. That's how people, you can go to an event and everybody's in a great mood and everybody's happy to see the artist and they're seeing old friends and it was just such a great time. And there's all this camaraderie and everybody's, and it's just this feeling of connectedness and togetherness, right? That's sympathy between people's psyches. Evil works the same way. It's sympathy, it's connectedness through the shadow, through the dark side of the psyche of all people. And when you get to that understanding, then you go, oh, okay, it is like a virus. If you really have a virus, you don't go out in the world and spread it to everybody. You quarantine yourself and you heal yourself, and then you go back into the world. Well, it's the same thing with psychology, with the psyche, is that once you realize, oh shit, I have some of this hatred, I have some of this cowardice, I have some of this narcissism, I have some of this black magicianship, I have these aspects in me and they're working in the world, and my life is kind of partly organized around my own dark side. Oh shit. I might have to change my life. I might have to stop being a hypocrite. I might have to start working on these parts of myself. These things might lead back to childhood wounds, and I have to open those back up again and look at those. And then, oh, yuck. And you realize that there's a whole world of yuck that's in here that you have to start shining a light on and working on. And once you get that back into a certain state of health, then you can go back out into the world and not catch these ideological viruses.
Or pass or spread them.
Pass or spread them.
Yeah.
This is the next step. It's in another huge red pill. So this is what's in our book, Shadow Tech. This is like if anybody interviews us, like you're interviewing us, or anybody has us around, you get to a certain point where this gets thrown on the table. This is the part that gets thrown on the table. We're all doing this to ourselves. We're doing it through our own inner dark sides. We're all carrying this shadow virus amongst ourselves, and we're all responsible for cleaning ourselves out and then going back out into the world clean.
It can be challenging.
And it's very challenging, just like living as an outsider, as a red pill person is challenging. This is also challenging. It's not more challenging than that. It's just a different orientation. The culture warrior mode is about confronting evil externally in the world, politically or informationally. The alchemist mode, this is the alchemist mode. It's about doing the shadow work. It's about confronting evil inside yourself. It's the same work. It's just as hard. It's just a different orientation. Some people are not going to be as good at this. Some people are going to be better at doing this. Some people are better doing that.
But some people are doing it and not really realizing what they're doing. I could use Joe Rogan as an example of somebody who has an awareness of his own weaknesses, and he's very open about it. He talks about it, comes up a lot in his interviews. He's not afraid of discussing it. He's not afraid of taking responsibility for these areas that are dark and
that's
weak.
The sort of level.
Right.
That's the level that isn't an extreme level of this. It's not the inner scientist level that we're at, but it's at inner practitioner level.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
And I think it's because of the fact that he's an artist too. He's a comedian. He writes about the darker state of the culture.
He's always thinking about the human condition.
He's always watching and observing, and that's why the artist has actually a closer connection to this.
They're naturally on the mystic
If they
side,
are observing, they have that aspect that they are observers of the world around them, and they use that to channel their art. And that's a very useful tool in doing any of this stuff. I think basically what Colin is saying is that, and I agree, is that we as humans have to, at this point, start more of us say, okay, I'm not black or white, okay? I have my dark sides and my not dark sides. I'm a human being. How can I learn? How can I be 100% responsible, or as much as I can be responsible for what I'm for understanding all the aspects of my own psychology and how I'm operating in the world every day, how I can be more balanced in my interactions, and not just spreading my own pathology. Or
it's not any different from what the hippies and you know, people the people who are generally tend to be more liberal are generally tend to be more inclined to spiritual practices and stuff. And so all that stuff that's from Buddhism or from esoteric traditions, that's all just that's all the right stuff. That's all. The only difference is that what we're saying and what has been really suppressed in the West, because the West is very outward focused, it's very exoteric and very expansive and explosive, and so it generates a lot of dark energy, you could say. There's a lot of blowback to everything that you know, when you're expansive, you create a lot of destruction. You got to blow up a lot of boulders and stuff to make a highway. You got to eliminate indigenous populations to put your populations there. You got to do a lot of destructive stuff. You have to create a lot of woundedness in order to have crusades and be expansive and all of that. And so the only addition to the whole spiritual paradigm that already exists worldwide is what Carl Jung was bringing up and saying, hey, there's this shadow part of mankind, and this is the evil part. And
I mean, there's been others talk about it, like Steiner. I had
but Jung was the only one in our time, 20th century, and who had access to this in the scientific age, who really took a look at the dark side of the human psyche and said, okay, this is actually what the medieval alchemists were talking about, and Gnostics also, and others. And there is a dark side of humanity that should be worked with chemically. It should be worked with scientifically. It should be approached, and it should be worked with and separated and distilled. And this is the individuation process of Carl Jung. And so this is what differentiated, in some ways, in a large way, from other spiritual practices, is that if you go to the East for spiritual practices, it's a lot about escaping. It's about shrinking the ego, right? Which is good.
Yeah, that happens naturally when you do shadow work, is that you go through many ego deaths. But what happens with people who have been like in the quote unquote new age and all these people is there's a lot of what they call spiritual bypassing. It's getting out of the self.
I think, all Eastern practices have a built-in element of spiritual bypassing.
It's a possibility. It happens to a lot of people on that path, is they don't stay grounded and they bypass all the yucky stuff.
Exactly. And so with the Jungian approach, which is the alchemical approach, basically you're saying, okay, no, I'm going to take the yucky stuff. I'm going to go look for the worst parts of myself. I'm going to put those right here, and I'm going to break it apart, and I'm going to look at it,
and I'm going to go look at all this yucky stuff, and I'm going to pick it out, and I'm going to clean it up. I'm going to purify it. I'm going to put it in a solvent, and I'm going to get the shit off of it, and I'm going to pull the gold out of that. Now I'm going to go to the next piece. I'm going to purify that, and you're going to clean up all the shit. It's garbage work. I'm going to clean up my own garbage. That's alchemy. That's Jungian individuation. It's working with your own shadow. It's shadow work. It's Westerners have to do this to evolve. We have to. I can't see any other way. And it is through the sympathetic vibration of our collective shadows that is how these episodes, whether they're tyrannical episodes, that's only part of the falling down of what's going on right now. That's the sort of control side, where you have the Schwabs and the Gates and the Illuminati and all that kind of stuff of trying to control us. Then you just have this general state of malaise and nihilism and just saying, fuck it, what does it matter anyway? It's all going to hell in a handbasket. Everything's shit. There's no new music anymore. Art's over. Everything's crap. It's just all corporate shit. Everybody's an idiot. Fuck it. That's just a malaise. That's just an entropic force. There's all kinds of shadowy, sympathetic movements that are going on right now that just take us over until we go, oh, okay, it's in me. And we start to process it. And there's a whole kind of, I would take the Jungian system as sort of the basis for doing this kind of work, but you can expand it to wherever you want. And we have these different theories like the IFS system and all kinds of systems to work with yourself. But you kind of have to you have to kind of develop a skill, a psychological skill set. And it's not that big of a deal, but it's something that we have to do. And if we don't do it, then we're just going to keep getting run this way. And last thing I want to say on that is that I know it's kind of like you just say, hey, we're creating these horrible situations collectively. Let's save the world by saving ourselves. Okay, that sounds good. But really, most people won't really start to save themselves until it really hits them hard. So the people who are really at the place to really start doing the work that heals all of us is when they feel like shit themselves, when they're sick of feeling like shit, when they're personally sick of having their own brilliance smashed down and thwarted.
And that could be triggered
they're
by...
They're sick of these shit relationships that they keep getting into. They're sick of having this addiction that's taking them over.
Or this sucky job that they hate.
Or can't get out of that debt pit or whatever it is. And it's something personal that makes them say, I keep doing this to myself and I got to stop this. What is this in me that's fucking me up? That's in the shadow. So it's a very selfish, self-healing kind of a mode. But again, it doesn't matter. I mean, in fact, that's probably the only way people will really commit to doing the work is when they feel like I have to, because I'm not reaching my full potential. There's something in me that's sucking me down.
Yeah, I mean, if your whole life is working perfectly and and it's just all flowing and everything is,
why do this?
Then there's no reason to do any shadow work.
No.
Yeah.
And I could tell them about how this works sympathetically and all of this, and they might say, yeah, that makes sense, but they're not going to do it.
Yeah, it just depends on the individual, but I do see around me and I interact with a lot of human beings, and there's a lot of people who a lot of
hurt people.
Hurt and unhappy.
A lot of artists are hurt. A lot of musicians. A lot of us have personal childhood trauma, and it's in our families, and it's being reiterated. And either we're being narcissistic and grandiose in order to cover up for feeling insecure, or we're being victims. It's one of the, it's two sides of it. You can some people compensate, some people don't. but yeah.
Yeah, there's so much, psychologically speaking, how people have responded and behaved in the last, I'd say even maybe the last 5 years, but with just the whole, the politics and all, obviously,
Yeah, the
there's so
whole
much
Trump
abundance
thing.
of technology and, yeah, but it is weird too, though, to see how people respond to a situation, and and I definitely have there's so many people in my life that I kind of, like you were saying earlier, that sentiment of just like, man, music sucks now, art is terrible. Like, I've kind of fallen into that
Oh yeah, me
hopelessness,
too.
just
Yeah,
like,
he does too.
I'm
Oh
in and
yeah,
out of it.
so we tried
Yeah.
doing this O1 experience project, and we
Oh, yeah.
put, blood and sweat and put together this show, and had, and hired Mike Heller, and
Yeah.
got him, and just did this, and we got some good, feedback, but it was like it just.
Yeah, we put together this whole art piece. It was this whole concept art piece, and we had our stage show going, and we had
Visual.
we had an hour's worth of synchronized visuals on a projection screen, and we had this whole concept going, and she's got her masks and these characters that she plays, and we did this whole thing. And we put it out there, and we did a couple shows.
It was more like kind of in the more opeth, or kind of
yeah, it's kind of like progressive rock, or kind of like post rock or progressive rock, or it's kind of European music kind of in a way. And we put this out, and we're thinking, well, this is very inventive. We're all proud of ourselves, and we think this is great. This is a good art piece. And we struggled for a few years to put it together. And we got some famous people like Sylvia Massey thought it was great. And, the producer of Tool, and Andy Farrow liked it. He's the manager for Opeth, and we're thinking, okay, great, this is going somewhere and stuff. And then, but we couldn't get it to take. It was just going over everyone's head, and the local promoters were like,
this was in the Bay Area.
2018. They're like, I can't see anything. What are you doing here? And trying to get people to pick it up or put us on tour and stuff. And it was just kind of like everybody's just walking around with blinders on, like they couldn't see what we were doing.
And then COVID happened.
And then COVID happened.
And then you were going to tour with Vile, and
right.
I said, shut down.
I said, okay. So this is having a hard time taking here in the Bay Area. Let's step back from this let me do some practicing. We'll put Vile back together. We'll do some European dates. And then you can come on tour with me and have a little vacation.
I was going to be merch girl.
She was going to be the merch girl. And we were going to stay in Europe for a few weeks after and go visit friends and stuff, and just kind of take a step back from concentrating on the O1 experience for 3 years. And then our tour got canceled, and we had to get our tickets refunded at the last minute, and all of this crap, and the whole COVID thing happened. So that got shut down. So then we were like, we're at my mom's. My mom has a second property in Texas, and so we're over here at her house, and it's just kind of like
last summer
regrouping right now. And we're putting to this other project together called Deprogramatrix.
Yeah,
we're basically taking O1 experience songs and making them heavier and writing some new ones and starting to play live.
I think the concept, so what I ended up doing is I just wanted to still keep playing, and so I put together, with his help, a street set. I got 2 battery operated PA speakers.
Yeah, there's these, they're awesome. They're Behringer brand, right? Little PA speakers. They're the whole self-contained. They have 8-inch woofer. They're like, how much are they each? Like $250 each?
300 or something.
Yeah, we got 2 of those. Have a little mixer built in, and they get loud.
Pretty loud.
Quite loud, and they sound quite good. I don't know how long they're going to last, but they're good. And we set up a computer for her. We put all the songs in there. She's got her electronic wind instrument.
And so I went out on the street once we moved to Austin.
Yeah.
I think I did it once in California, and it was like playing for a bunch of zombies. And actually, I kind of found that way, even to be on 6th Street in Austin. But for a whole year, all of last year, I was going out there every Saturday and doing a set of like kind of eclectic. It went from doing some metal songs to doing some like more electronic-y kind of stuff that
Dancey
I wrote.
stuff, yeah.
And it was really fascinating. I'd never spent that much time on the street and interacting with the homeless people and having really amazing experiences, and then just having all these people walking by with masks on and you know, and freaking people out. And then I have this character called the Parasite, and the Parasite can say what I can't say. It's kind of a comedic, dark, satirical character that just goes off.
It's got this wicked leather mask and stuff.
Yeah, it was a handmade. It's basically the shadow of human.
It's the shadow.
Humans.
It's the devil or whatever.
It doesn't have a name yet. I want somebody from an audience member to name it at some point.
We'll call it the Parasite.
But anyway, so then we put out, I wrote this song, and then I said, well, I want to support the culture of people of the, like what we were seeing coming out, like a new freedom culture.
Right. We got the website newfreedomculture.com.
Like these culture warriors are putting out, you know, cultural art, music, and all this. And the people, the activists who are out there telling the truth. And
yeah, we were kind of waiting to see when was the red-pilled music scene going to really pick up.
Yeah, but
it's starting to.
So we made a video of this song and put it out last year.
Yeah, Resist All Tyranny. It was like a silly, kind of a fun song, but it used all this footage of masking and protests around the world and stuff. It
was just like our homage to all the people.
It's at Deprogramatrix.com.
Yeah, and then we just made a video of this song Behind the Mask.
Right.
Which we wrote before all this.
Yeah.
And we used, who's now become a friend of ours, Lubomir Arsov. He has this amazing animated movie called In Shadow.
Yeah, have you seen that, Luke? It's an animated film called In Shadow.
No.
Oh, go to inshadow.net. It's up there. It's an animated film. It's about 15 minutes long. It's incredible. It's the whole situation.
He made that in like
2016 or 17.
Yes, and we saw that and we said, oh my God, we should ask him if he would let us use this for our show, our live show. Yeah. And he agreed. And then, so we just decided to redo that song.
Yeah. We made it heavier. So that's our latest video.
And that's our latest video, but we used some of the footage from him. Show. And he's just an incredible animator.
Yeah.
But the Deprogramatrix idea is basically just more in your face metal. That's just basically more metal. And we're going to do our first show next week. And
you guys found a drummer recently? Or I remember you were...
we're still kind of working on that right now.
Talking to him right now.
Oh, yeah.
Or trying to get the old trying to get somebody to, you know how it is with musicians.
Yeah, it's especially when you're doing something that ballsy and
it is. It's very much how I feel at this point is that I've always written songs that are more psychologically driven.
All your songs were always like that.
My last metal band was called Death Under Fire, and I mean there's still video up. It's called Masters of Manipulation, and I've been writing about the quote unquote New World Order and
for years. Yeah.
So this is not new to me, but I feel like there may be actually more people that are open to it at this point.
Yeah, at this point.
So we'll see. It's
Yeah.
always a crapshoot. You never really know when you're putting out art what's going to happen. But being an artist, you just have to keep creating.
Yeah.
When is your next show exactly, and where?
Oh yeah, January 8th at a place called Ragnar's, Ragnars, Ragnar's on the Compound. It's called Ragnar's on the Compound. It's in San Marcos, Texas.
Right.
And it's early show. We're playing early, I think we're playing at 6:10.
Yeah, something like that. There's 10 bands.
10 bands. It's on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So we're going to play that, and hopefully the drummer situation will get ironed out before then. If it doesn't, we're going to play to computer backing tracks. I have, we don't care. We're going to go forward no matter what. We got a banner.
Yeah, and, I've been playing on the street by myself for a year, so it's just
I watched your videos. I was always really impressed about that. The street performance stuff, because that takes a lot of guts, because you never know what kind of reactions you're going to get from the everyday people that are just kind of walking by, and they could be really into it, or they could I've seen a lot of weird things like.
Yeah, I was there filming all the time, and I would shoot off the crazies and stuff.
I mean, No, I really didn't. The homeless people I got along with great. I mean, I actually had some really intimate...
There were some people, though, that, just the fact of somebody that you weren't alone.
But I've always been kind of like that kind of performer where once I'm doing it, I'm like fearless.
Oh, yeah, that's part of her act.
I've always been doing
and she
that.
Some of the stuff is like, I don't know if we've got some compilation videos around of her confronting people, and she made it very confrontational.
But I'm going to...
during certain parts of the show.
I think I'm going to be a little bit more careful on stage than I was on the street.
Yeah.
But it depends on the audience, I mean, like, real art, I think, has to be pushing it to the edge, right? Yeah. Whether that be musically and something you're playing, or in your approach as a front person that I am, it's like you have to be willing to go to the edge. I mean, all your greatest performers were not holding back. They were like pushing themselves.
Right.
I've fallen off stages. I used to have a 30-pound chain that I used to swing around. And, whatever. If you get freaked out, it's not your cup of tea. You don't like it, that's fine. But me as a performer, it's like I just want to just give 100%, of whatever it is, and engage the audience to possibly have an experience that will shift some stuff, whether that's just a release, of energy that they need to, like what happens in a mosh pit or whatever, or if it's a deeply meaningful experience internally for them. I think art can have sometimes more of a powerful effect on somebody than something that's coming from left brain. I mean, that's always my intention with it, is to trigger some sort of a response, some sort of a reaction. I think of the best concerts that you've ever gone to, how you felt, right? The best concerts that I've ever been to were more like initiations, right?
The best ones, yeah.
The best ones that you remember that really had an effect on you was something deeper at work that actually had an effect on you and either something you thought or had an effect on you as far as what you wanted to do in your life, you know, or made you want to practice more, or God knows, you know. But to me, that's what it's about as far as doing art.
Yeah, it was funny. I was watching that Woodstock '99 documentary, you know, where there was like all this
Oh, the
bad
mud
stuff.
one?
No, that was '94. The '99 one was when you know, there was just bad stuff that happened. People setting things on fire. There were,
Oh, right.
rapes and things like that.
Yeah.
And anyway,
Yeah.
they were all kind of blaming people like Fred Durst because he, you know, everyone was just breaking things. And he went out and said, you know, this next song's about, you know, breaking shit or something like that. And they were like, man, he incited a riot. And it's like, but that's kind of what people who like that band or what, you know, even I had that era where I kind of liked, I had that new metal time or going to see Korn and that rage kind of thing in the pit. And it's like, he's just doing his thing. That's his show. And it's like, he can't control, you know, so, it's not like he's saying, hey, everyone beat each other up and set things on fire. He's just doing his performance. And it's kind of like, but yeah, what you're saying, like that kind of feeling of, you know, an initiation type of that sentiment. It's like you want to have a good time and also really just feel a release, a massive release. And you know, hearing someone else who has a problem, who I think that's probably why a lot of people identify at that time with the new metal scene, because a lot of kids could come there and see a guy who's a mess and like, hey, that guy got through it, and maybe I can too, you know. I don't know, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, well, Colin's been studying male initiation rituals lately. And I think in a way that, I mean, the extreme, these indigenous tribes, the things that they would do to initiate men.
It depends. Some tribes are more gentle about it. Some of them are extreme.
Right. What was that one where they stung you with you were reading something about
they put your I can't say this was a tribe somewhere. What was this? I can't remember if it was a tribe in the South Pacific on one of the islands or if it was in Africa, but it's a primitive tribe. And one of the things that boys have to do to become initiated into manhood, into the warrior class, is usually, I think, even that segregated part of the male population is, they take these, this is crazy, but they have these large ants, these very powerful stinging ants, and somebody, unbelievable, somebody takes string and actually pins the ants down onto a piece of fabric, a bunch of them, and actually weaves living ants onto a piece of fabric and makes a glove out of it. And then they put the gloves on the initiate, and the guy has to walk around for like 10 minutes getting stung, right? And he's just like, just getting pulverized by this poison. And then after they take the gloves off, then he has 24 hours of total convulsing pain of the poison going through his body and stuff, right? And then he has to do it every certain number of months, like 10 times.
Sounds like what's happening with the boosters and the vaccines.
So yes, he goes through this like 10 times, and or there's other ones like they build like this giant tower out of branches, 10-story tower, and then they tie a vine to the ankle of
I've
the
seen
initiate.
that one.
and he has to jump off the 10-story building head first into the ground. And, hopefully the vine stops him right before he hits the ground, but he has to overcome his fear of death by doing that. Sometimes the vine stretches a little bit and somebody breaks some bones. Sometimes people die. And so it's a very macho thing, but you have to go through this in order to get into, I think in some tribes, all the men have to do all levels of initiation. In a lot of tribes, they all have to do a certain thing, and others have to do something even more extreme if they're in the warrior contingent. And it's these initiation rituals in primitive societies they're more elaborate and they're more extreme for men. They have them for women too, and I think that the childbearing and childbirth and mothering and all of that is itself a proper initiation that initiates women.
Yeah, it's different for women. But the thing is you can kind of lay out why.
The concert, the extreme metal concert,
Yeah.
the mosh pit, and this is the other thing is getting scarred and getting hurt. And then in these societies, getting scarred, getting hurt. I mean, it's some of the stuff of circumcision or subincision, where you basically pierce the penis with sticks and they stay in there, and it's just terrible, painful shit. Or what is it? The one where the Native Americans pierce your chest with the spiked Sundance and fling you around by ropes. It's terrible. But this whole thing of being pierced, being hurt, having scars, and then being proud of the scars and fetishizing the scars, and it's like that's your medal of being an initiate and of being transformed into a warrior. And in our society, in civilized society, the initiation rituals, they still exist, but they're way softer. They're way softer. Let's say playing on a sports team in high school and having to go through all of the shit that the coach puts you through and all the competition of competing in a football or other sports team. That's an initiatory process that's similar. Or we are initiated into adulthood by graduating, getting a degree, and at this or that level of schooling, or marriage or baptism. These are different kinds of initiations. We still have initiations into fraternities and clubs and professional societies and whatever. We have initiations, but they take a lot longer. They go through decades, and they're not as focused. And one of the things that so back to the concerts is that because we don't have this joining the military, getting trained, and going to war is pretty close or about the same thing as what these primitive societies were doing to boys. That's about at the same level. In fact, war is probably less functional, less helpful, because it scars you even more emotionally. But it's that kind of and that becoming a warrior and going to war, I think it is more dysfunctional. But it's still, it toughens you up, right? Or a lot of professions that can do this.
Some come out of it okay.
Some come out of it okay.
Depends on your own constitution.
Depends on your history and all that. But the mosh pit and the concert where these men go, people like us, you go to the concert and you get in the mosh pit and you get bruised, and you see how it is. I was never much into the mosh pit because I always had crappy vision. I always had nystagmus. My eyes shake a little bit. And so what that means is that I don't have super good depth perception. So basically I'm seeing somebody come at me quickly,
and it's kind of like boom, 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 in like, it's like that. So I don't see a clear somebody. If people are walking towards me slowly, it looks like they're walking towards me slowly. But if they're coming at me fast and my eyes are having to recalibrate where they are, I just see like this shaky thing. So I've had to learn, like I can catch a baseball or a football or something, but I don't use my vision really clearly. Like I don't focus. I sort of use a blurred out peripheral vision, and I can still do it. But in the dark, in the mosh pit, I can easily get just smashed in the face by somebody's head just coming through there or whatever. So, I mean, I did some of that, but I didn't do a lot of it. But I've seen it enough. I've been part of that whole community, and I see how mostly men that go in the mosh pit and they get hurt. And I've seen them showing their bruises to other people saying, oh, and everybody was like, oh, you got hurt or you're bleeding. And you're like, oh yeah, it's great, you know? And it's like, it's fetishized, you know, getting hurt and bleeding and all of that. And, oh, I'll be okay. That's
the wall of death.
The wall of death. This is a ritual initiation into manhood. And it's happening in the early 20s for most men. And so it's a replacement. It's a very primitive replacement strategy.
All those people who were in that Woodstock in '99 will never forget that. It probably, you know, of whatever, wherever they were.
These are initiation rituals, and then we just...
it's just that it's like our unconscious just desires these rituals.
Yeah, they just come back.
Yeah, I don't want to say I support violence or destruction of any kind at a show. I just want to be clear that
I mean I get
this.
I
get this.
That's not destructive. The mosh pit is not destructive.
No. I know.
Only
I
to
guess
the people.
I was saying. I guess I kind of maybe I took when you said.
Oh, I know, tearing up the seats. What was that, Judas Priest concert or something, where everybody tore up all the foam out of all the seats in the theater? Do you remember that one? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Like the Metallica riot after the Montreal thing.
There was one concert where everybody tore the seats out. It's like a big place where there was seated audience and they had nice seats. And everybody tore the seats up, and it was just like in the air. It was just like foam, pieces of foam, like snow for the whole concert or for some of it.
Yeah, I guess what I was associating with when you said the experience of a show and what you do, and then the I guess
the
ritual.
No, but I was saying like when I was 16 and saw Limp Bizkit and he would say something stupid like that in the crowd, it was like that feeling of you're kind of invited into this release of this experience, and it's not meant to be destructive. It's an emotional catharsis,
exactly.
Kind of like one time I saw I mean so many times, so many concerts, but like I saw Suicidal Tendencies, and this is back in the 90s, and Mike the singer said this next song is about love, because I can honestly say I've never been in love before. And as an 18 or 17-year-old guy who got turned down from a date from a girl I had a crush on, and I was just that feeling of like hopelessness and loneliness. And when he said that and they busted in the next song, I was just it was the biggest catharsis I've ever felt, but that's why I guess that's kind of what I took what you were saying, that feeling of like this initiation, like, hey, I feel like you too. Welcome to the club. Like not so much like, hey, here's my Slayer thing I carved with a knife. Cool, you're in the like. I get what you're saying though. It is kind of like that. It's just there's different. I was thinking more of an emotional kind of release sentiment.
Like the Slayer carving in the arm with a knife, though. That's actually I forgot about that, and that's actually closer to these initiation rituals.
I think we just naturally, as human beings, want to experience some sort of cathartic ritual of release.
Oh, it's built into the genetics.
It pushes
it's built
us.
in. It's in the genetics.
Yeah.
It's built in. It reiterates itself. It pushes you. Yeah, and this is what people do all the time, especially in your 20s. It'll push you into all kinds of dangerous situations to initiate you. The person who talks about this a lot very well is a guy named Robert L. Moore. And he's got a book called The Archetype of Initiation, and he does a lot. He's dead now, but he did a lot of lecturing on this subject. And he talks about initiation as it's an archetype of the collective unconscious, but it's also it's built into your genetics, and so it will force you to it will unconsciously push you into situations where you can be challenged and overcome those challenges so as to grow up and to move yourself through psychological states of development. It's natural. The whole society's doing it. In fact, this COVID thing
that's what I was going to say.
Yes.
Yeah, this whole COVID thing could be used.
But this is the point I want to make on the COVID thing as an initiation, or any of these red pill things like this, these mass events, is that they are initiations for those who will transform through them.
Right.
Those who will not transform through them are not initiated, and they can regress. So when you have a mass trauma and people are converted into a new role in life through the trauma, it can be a hurricane that comes through and knocks out New Orleans or wherever.
Well, there was a tornado recently.
The tornado in Tennessee or whatever. And people spring into action, and they take on a community-oriented role, and then boom, and then they have to work on rebuilding the town for the next 3 years or whatever it is. They are transformed through the trauma. So the trauma became an initiatory vehicle for them to move into another stage of life. Or if you become some kind of a political activist through some cause, maybe it could be like the oil spill that happened in Bolinas or whatever, right? All those people gathered to that area to clean up that oil spill, and then they created an intentional community in that space that lasted for another 10 or 15 or longer.
About 20 years.
About 20 years, created a whole...
town.
A whole what?
A town. Created
a town and an intentional community out of that thing. That's another initiation. And people had to take on all these new roles. Being a school teacher, being a store owner or auto mechanic or whatever it was. So you can, if you realize that you're in the middle of a mass event like this, you're in the middle of a mass trauma, you're in the middle of something that's changing your whole world. Well, if you become conscious of that, I mean, most people are not conscious of this, and but if you realize that I could either kind of kick back and just let this thing take me away, or I could spring into action and do what I really think someone needs to do. And if I become that someone, then you are initiated. You will initiate yourself. The thing will initiate you into another mode. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying with the red pill thing, is those people who, I call them the red pill initiates. The red pill initiates are those people who will be transformed through the trauma, who will do it.
He's writing about this now too. So he's writing another book about all this.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this book. That's an initiation in itself.
Yeah, that sounds like the book writing thing sounds like it. I was thinking of an interview I just saw, Billy Joel, or I don't know if you kind of feel like this, but like kind of like writing an album is writing a book. You know, it's like you just actually hate it so much because it's like, oh my God, I have to do this. I know I have to. But you just kind of, once it's done, you're like, thank God I'm so happy about this thing I produced and put together. But the process of it is just like, he was saying like how he would wake up and, put the coffee on and being his robe, and he just like it was tormenting, like because
Oh, yeah.
the thought of just like I have to do an album, you know,
Yeah.
and it's just like so formidable, but it was like not really an enjoyable process, but like once it's
No.
done, I don't know. Do you feel like that with the book
Oh,
thing?
yeah.
exactly what he said. It's funny though, because I was just researching Billy Joel just 2 days ago, and I listened to that album, The Stranger, because I grew up on Billy Joel. It was around me. My mom didn't have it, but my best friend who lived upstairs, this is in New York City, in the 70s when I was there for about 11 years, and his parents were really into Billy Joel, so there was always Billy Joel going around, and he was just a New York icon in the 70s. I mean, it was like the New Yorkers were totally into him, but yeah. That's exactly
that's
what
exactly
it is.
what
And
happens.
all of these artists, well, not all, it's not always like this with artists. There are some people that just get taken over and it just flows.
Like Prince.
Yeah, just
I
comes
mean, he
out.
has a
and it's
whole
just boom.
vault. He was just pure creation all the time.
It just comes out.
Yeah.
But then there's the Billy Joel types. I'm one of those. And the Vile albums were like that. The last book was like that, although I think the last book was actually easier than this one. I'm not even trying to make this one a long book. I'm going to make this a very short book, like 100 pages or less. So, but still, I'm working to pull together a number of concepts and make them work holistically. And I've written the thing like 2 or 3 times already, and I just keep going back to the drawing board. And I started working on it in April or March or April of last year. And I've been going back and forth on this thing for this whole time. And I keep going, oh, okay, I don't know enough about this subject. I got to study this. And I go off for a while. And I go, oh, okay, just don't know about this subject. I got to study this. That's normal process of book writing, and authors will tell you, that is. You start to write a book, you think you can do it, you realize you don't know enough, you have to do a lot of studying. So the process of writing the book becomes partially a process of research and study and thinking. And that's a big part of writing a book. But it's like, yeah, every day I'm getting up, and at some point I'm looking at my notes, and I'm going back over them, and I'm going, shit, this doesn't even make sense anymore. Or I'm looking at them the next day and I'm going, oh, that still makes sense. Okay, that's good. I should keep that. And I got notes. I'm writing notes on my phone. I'm writing notes. I got 2 computers. I sit in different rooms, and I just pull up the note program and I type on that, put it away, go over there. Sometimes I talk into a recorder, and I draw pictures of the concepts. I take drawing paper, and I make little circles or things, and I say, this is this concept, and this is this concept, and this is, okay, I gotta try to put those together. And
I think this is really important, what you're
suffering.
talking about, though.
It's suffering,
Luke.
but you have to do it.
Yeah.
If you don't do it, you will feel like a loser. So you have to do it. You have to do it. You know how it is. You have to do it. If you don't do it, you'll feel like a loser. So there's no choice. You're going to suffer if you do it, and it's going to take you months or years, and that's just the way it's going to be. Or you're not going to do it, and you're going to feel like a piece of shit. So you're just going to suffer. That's just the way it's going to be.
I think that's with any creative endeavor,
Yeah.
and especially if you want to be a musician or an artist. And I just saw a post, Luke, that you made about being a teacher, and that, it was your last interview, and you were talking about how being a teacher, and you get these students who it's like their parents just shove them in there, and they don't.
I didn't read it, but I understand.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying is they're not really into it, or you can see that they don't have the self-discipline. And these are so important. If you want to be a musician or an artist of any sort and be a creator or get good at anything, I think younger people really have to learn how to suffer right?
They do.
They have to learn how to be able to stay focused, not distract themselves by social media and getting on their phones. I think, or video games and all this.
That's made it even harder.
Yeah, because that's why I think the level of the depth of the art has gone down, is because everybody thinks that just because they have a computer program and they can fool around on that for an hour and they can make a song, that it's going to be any good. But they don't spend all the time
They're not
and
listening
effort
to Billy Joel.
or suffering, like the internal suffering that goes on when you go in there into the practice room. Me as a vocalist, even at this time of my life, it's like I got to go in there and practice scales and do stuff that is not fun.
Right.
Or same with creating, writing words or lyrics or melodies or whatever it is.
That's it. And if you have natural talent and it's apparent and you know that you have it, and maybe it's in the family, you have natural talent and you have interest in being a creative person in whatever way, and then you keep succumbing to the laziness and you keep succumbing to the excuses and to the distractions, you will ruin yourself. You will ruin yourself as a human being. You'll just turn yourself into a rotten fruit.
I work with people
who can't do that. You have to honor your art, and you have to treat it like your child.
Yeah, I work with people at my day job, which thank God I only have to work part-time now, but who are creative people who have given up.
Yeah, they're ruining themselves.
Have given up on that internal spark because it's too difficult.
Yep.
And so it comes out in negative ways in their life, whether they get sick or they're just miserable.
Passive aggressive.
They work for 8 hours, they go home, they play a video game, they get on their phones, they watch porn, whatever it is, you know, but it's like being willing to take the time to get into an uncomfortable state will actually bring you meaning.
Yeah.
And
because not just because being in an uncomfortable state is like, it's not like because, okay, I'm going to face this uncomfortable state. I'm going to be creative. Nothing's coming out. This really sucks. Nothing keeps coming out. Everything that comes out is garbage. I'm going to keep working on this.
I sound like shit.
It's not that you're supposed to fall in love with feeling that. It's that if you do that, you will create some gold out of that process. And then that's why you do it. Because it does produce.
Yeah, and that's kind of like earlier in Melissa, you were saying how we should all deal with we're human beings. We're meant to deal with emotions,
right?
And you have doctors that are just prescribing us these magic little pills like Xanax and all these things, so we're never in a state of fear or anger or despair or depression, and those are all healthy emotions because that they're giving us a signal, hey, something needs to change here, but that's kind of what I'm seeing with the discipline factor. With as a teacher, I see. We're in this world now where we're not expected to ever be in pain or suffering. Everything has to be happy, and I got my food, I got my porn, I got my my mate over here, I got this, I got my drugs, I got everything. Is just constant pleasure, and it's like that's not what life is. The disciplinary factor is a big part of that. It's like we're supposed to. When I came home from school, I had two things on my mind. One, I got to do my homework because I don't want to, like you were saying, I got to get this album done, or otherwise I'm going to feel like something's wrong, something's missing. It's just the same way of like you stay in shape physically. I want to look good, I want to feel good. I don't enjoy every day, hitting the road right to the gym first thing in the morning, but I know I
Right.
have to do this because
Right.
I don't want to have a double chin, and I don't want to
Right.
have a beer gut, right? So that's the
Uh-huh.
same thing with like the
Right.
Billy Joel thing. He knows he's meant to make music and make albums, and he doesn't enjoy that process. Like, oh my God, I got to do a 10-song album. No one likes that. But I brought that up with the book thing, but then,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah.
it goes
Yeah.
full circle, like the discipline thing, because the kids now, they just feel like they always have to be in a state of no pain. And I don't relate to that, because when I was a kid, like I said, come home from school, I got to do my homework, period. I got to get that out of the way because I can't
Right.
fail. I want to
Right.
learn. I want to get that out of the way, just like I make my bed in the morning, right?
Right.
But then I have that 3 to 4 hour guitar practice. Do I want to do it? God, no. Sometimes I don't. I have to learn these
Right.
scales. I have to learn
Right.
the scales. I have to practice
Right.
with the metronome. I have to do the chord progressions.
Right. Right.
And that's just the end of the story, because I want to be awesome. I want to play jazz songs. I want to play like Eddie
Right.
Van Halen. I want to do all these things on the guitar,
Right.
and I'm not going to get that by jacking off and looking at
Right.
my iPhone or
Right.
or going it's like. So anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is I agree, and then the discipline thing is a big. A lot of kids are in this. They don't know that you have to go through suffering in life. You have
Somebody
to
has to show them that, though, because you would have that's what Jordan Peterson calls clean your room, right? It's conscientiousness, right? And you're getting it from one or both of your parents, or from someone in the family, from an uncle. Somebody is putting you through that and pushing you to show you that discipline. And the whole father crisis and the whole crisis of masculinity in general and stuff. This is where a lot of kids are at, is that they're being they're not getting this masculine. This is a warrior. This is a masculine attribute. They're not getting this, and then we have this whole all of this social virus going on. Not the actual virus, but all this progressivism and all this garbage, which is really just it's an attack on the healthy side of masculinity. And so we're in kind of a dark night of the soul for the masculine principle in our society. And so I think it's actually okay in a long scale, because I look back at some TV or movies and stuff from the 50s, and you look at the whole, the whole thing of masculinity and being a man, and John Wayne and being tough and all this, and it was just so overtly, it's like, especially the Americans, everything the Americans do that goes into popular culture ends up being like a parody of itself.
It's a character.
It's a character. It's like just a fake persona. And the whole thing of being a man and being tough and tolerating pain and all of this.
It still is happening, but now it's all weird with all the wokeness and the...
So it's like the masculinity in the culture, the machismo and all of this was like, it was kind of some portion of it was fake. It was fronted, and it was to cover up, and then you got into the 60s, right? And then through the 60s, you had all these men who were getting in touch with their anima, their feminine side, right? And then you had the women's rights movement and all this kind of stuff, and you had a sort of a degrading of the pedestal that masculinity was on. And then when it started to fall, then all the angry women and people started to attack it and go, yeah, you're weak and you are on, and starts attacking it. Now masculine and fathers are bad and all of this. And now we're kind of there. And now we're kind of at the bottom of that. And it's kind of like, hey, wait a minute. This kind of fake machismo, kind of John Wayne masculinity is very one-sided version of what it is to be a man. And there's so many more aspects of being a man, but there aren't 176 genders. You can't just become a woman can't just decide to become a man or vice versa or whatever. And we're starting to go, okay, we reached the bottom of this degradation, the potential degradation of masculinity, after it being kind of on a fake pedestal for a long time. Now maybe we can kind of come back out of it and say, hey, yeah, there are two genders. Yes, men are a real thing. Women are a real thing. And yes, there are gay men. Yes, there are gay women. Yes, there are also hermaphroditic men and women. Very, very few of them, but they exist. And yes, there's all these in-between modes, and that's fine. But we don't fetishize it and use it as a vehicle to destroy humanity. And there are these masculine principles, these warrior principles that are inherent in people who have male genetics. And they are important to keeping society healthy. That, you know, this boundary forming function and this discipline function and this focus function and the courage function.
I think the
these
problem,
are important, and we're starting to figure it out now.
A lot of women, it's the same problem that men, though, from a female psychology, is there's a lot of damaged women.
Yeah.
From epigenetic trauma,
a lot of damaged people,
and their fathers, or if a woman has not had a father or a good relationship with her father, then she will flip like that woman.
The
yelling,
woman in the plane that attacked that old man.
Yeah, I can hear.
That's her father. You see how that works? That was her father in her hypnosis. She was triggered. I read. Okay, so let's talk about this real quick. So this is the instance. They're flying on a plane. The public is on the plane, and this woman and this elder man, 80-year-old man, a 50-year-old woman, and an 80-year-old man start fighting and yelling at each other. And he's calling, and she's saying he has to put his mask on. He had his mask down because he was eating or drinking water or whatever it was, or because maybe just a lot of people were pulling their masks down. She walks over to him and says, put your mask on. And she starts becoming the mask police, and she slaps him, and there's this huge fight and all this. Now we find out later that he actually started it. We find out that the airline attendants, the stewardesses were going down the aisle with their cart. And she was in the aisle, and she needed to get out of the way. So the stewardess asked her, can you sit down in that seat so I can get by with my cart? And she said, what am I, Rosa Parks? And, you know, and Rosa Parks is that woman that sat in the front of the bus and is a big icon of the civil rights movement. Right.
And it's like, I know it's just the comparison of his.
Yeah, the comparison is ridiculous. Telling her to sit down in a seat that wasn't hers so that the cart can come by.
That's not the same as like sit back here because your skin color.
No, there's the only connection is that there's a seat. That's the only connection is there's a seat. Right. But so it just tells you what's going on in her head. She wants to be Rosa Parks. Okay, so that just shows you, this is psychology. That shows she secretly wants to be Rosa Parks. So she wants to have an episode that goes viral and the whole world is looking at her. Mm-hmm. That's what she wants. She wants the attention. She's a narcissist. Turns out she was on Baywatch. She was on Playboy. She was a Raiderette. She was a cheerleader. She was already some chick with big breasts and doing the whole bikini gig and all that.
But then
she was a whatever fitness model or whatever you call it.
But then the dude, this is where it gets interesting.
But the guy, okay, so we find out. So she said the Rosa Parks thing. We find out she's an ex whatever Playboy. I don't know if she was a Playboy bunny, but somehow affiliated with modeling and all that. And And that what happened on the plane was that when she said that about Rosa Parks, he heard it. And he said, you ain't black. This isn't Alabama. And something else. I'm trying to think of what he said. What did I say he said?
I forget.
You ain't black. This isn't Alabama. And you ain't Rosa Parks. Something like that. He said that to her just straight up. And that's when she started attacking him. And so she then pulled her mask down and started yelling at him for not wearing his mask. She just picked anything. She just attacked him on anything.
So the point is that
now, that's her father.
Yeah.
So that's how her. So what happened is, and this is psychology. That field, that is an unconscious psychic. I was talking about the sympathetic nature of the human shadow. That's it right there. By talking that way to that woman, he unconsciously, by saying, what am I, Rosa Parks? She told the world her own psychology, right? That triggered him, the unconscious part of him, to put her back in her place, like her own dad used to do.
Yeah, I got you.
Right?
Yeah.
And then the way he talked to her was just like, it's the patriarchal, it's the dark side of the patriarchy, it's the tyrant father or whatever. She hates her own dad. And, being a cheerleader, what should I call her? A fitness model or something?
Well, she was a Raiderette. That's like a kind of a football cheerleader,
but
right?
What's the role? What's the female? What's the role for this?
A professional model cheerleader?
Yeah, but doing bikini stuff. That's her whole thing. I don't know what you call that. Bikini model.
An influencer now? I don't know.
So that maybe is how she rebelled against her dad, right? Is to go get into that field and stuff and all of that. Or maybe her dad sexually abused her.
Yeah.
So this is the stuff that's going on behind all of this stuff.
This is also like the social media life now, though, where everyone wants to.
Yeah, but she's 50 years old. She's 50 years old.
Oh, there's plenty of the 50-years-olds who love attention, though, and they'll start shit.
Right.
They'll start shit in the store and film themselves. Like,
right.
I mean,
but my point of all this, though, is that when you follow this story, you will follow it from the point of view of, look at this mask Karen, look at this crazy person who's taken over by the whole virus thing and all that. She is not taken over by the whole virus thing. She was triggered by this man who she unconsciously represents her father, and she was using the mask thing to attack him. It could have been anything, and this was her just expending her pent-up aggression. Mm-hmm. So that's what the subject should be. This lady is she's 50 years old now. She can't be a bikini model anymore. Now she's in real estate. She's struggling to survive in the world.
She's trying to move to
pissed
Florida.
Off.
Yeah.
She can't adopt a new role in life. Her old role has burned itself out. And she's angry at the world. She's still angry at her dad. And this is what's going on. And this is the wounded nature of Americans. That's what the subject should be. And no, it's being taken to a superficial level of, look, another mass Karen, another idiot cult
That's
member.
the problem with all of this, is that it's all on a superficial level. Yeah. We never get to the root of the issues.
Right. Never get to the root of the issues. We never go dig down and go, what was really going on? And what is going on, and what is narcissism, and what about all these women that are trained to be this way? And I mean, feminism is supposed to be taking care of that whole aspect.
No, it's actually worse. And I've been studying women's psychology, and I've just been looking into Michael Cesarian's work on women. He's starting to study this, and the shadow of the feminine has been going on for thousands of years.
It's built into all humans.
Yeah, and we as women get away with a lot of this shadowy stuff, and
yeah, this is probably
Yeah.
one of these women that that calls the cops on her boyfriend, says he beat her up or whatever, files a report on him, and gets him in trouble and moves on to the next guy or whatever.
Yeah,
not guaranteed, but that, you know, that's the sort of
I
one of the
think
shadows.
it's, you know, basically
femininity.
we as human beings,
Yeah.
it's like our outer world is showing us that we need to really start looking and taking more responsibility.
Yep. This is
for
why
ourselves.
constantly going back to the shadow, constantly going back to the psychological function, constantly going back to symbolic literacy, psychological literacy. It's like getting to my level of understanding psychology, which is just a functional level of it, just functional. That's it, not PhD level, just a functional level. Would be kind of like just learning how to change the oil in your own car and fill up your own tires, and, you know, or it's just.
But you know what's a big problem is if a student can't even have the discipline to practice their instrument.
Yeah, I know.
Then how are they ever going to get to the point where they can even, you know, it is a problem.
Big problem.
And I don't,
The biggest problem. I
we
agree
don't
with Jung
really
on this.
have we
Well,
don't
it's-
have answers.
It's
Yep.
good.
but-
This ties into also like that girl. I mean, a 50-year-old who acts like that on a plane
Yeah.
or whatever how the hell were they at 22 or 23? I mean,
Oh, she
it's
was
someone who's
terrible.
never. It's someone who had shit parents, who was not
Right.
raised with manners,
Right.
who's never
Right.
worked on themselves. You know,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's like,
Right.
you know, if someone's behind me and they're walking in the store, I don't even think about it. I hold the door open for them. It's not because
Right.
I want
Right.
to look good. It's just because
Right.
that's a human,
Yeah.
my heart, you know. It's just the same thing. If someone said,
Yeah.
sit down so I could get by a
Yeah,
freaking
yeah.
flight attendant, I'm go,
Right.
yes, ma'am.
It's just
Do
basic
that. And
human
it's
social.
just somebody who has no manners and no soul, really, you know. So it's like they never had the discipline to even work on themselves, and how the
doesn't
hell are they
have
gonna?
Yeah, but you know what? She does hold the door for people and stuff like that. It's that in that instance, in her state. So I read some of I was on Zero Hedge, and somebody in the comments under that article has been updating. People have been updating in the comments some things that have been coming out. So I just followed some of those links and looked at some other articles and the police report and all of this stuff. And I actually didn't look at the police report. I just looked at some summaries and just probably spent 15 minutes on it. But what I saw was that she was, so she was doing the bikini model mode for all these years, and then shifted over to being a real estate agent, and that she's currently trying to move to Florida from LA, and she's looking for a roommate in LA. And they found her post of how she's got $1,200 a month to spend on a roommate, and she's looking for a roommate situation so she can relocate probably to Tampa, where that plane was coming out of. And so this is a person who I think it said she had children grown already. So this is a person, this happens, this is so archetypal. A woman whose children are out of the house, she's 50 years old, she's now finding her animus, her aggressive side, her masculine side, right? And it's coming online and later in life. And she has all this baggage, and she has all this unresolved stuff, not only psychological stuff from her upbringing, but she's not successfully transitioning into her new mode. So she's having a breakdown. And then the COVID thing, probably for people who are at the superficial level, was just an added what that guy called free-floating anxiety, right? Mm-hmm. So she's got free-floating anxiety and free-floating aggression from her particular life circumstances. And the fact of the matter is that spark was going to happen. That could have happened anywhere. Could have happened on the street, could have happened at a restaurant, could happen in California, could happen anywhere. It's just that it happened on the airplane. And probably, I think one of the reasons it happened on the airplane is because of what she said about being Rosa Parks, is that there's been a lot of airplane episodes, and you get to be famous for a second through those airplane episodes. It's like airplane trauma drama happens on these American domestic flights all the time now. And it's like its own little Maury Povich or whatever kind of world of white trash celebrity. And so she unconsciously would appreciate white trash celebrity over no celebrity. And that's where she's at. And so, and it's this combination of psychological factors. And that guy was, you know, he was just, he's been that way his whole life. So
yeah,
it takes two to tango.
It would be a whole different world if none of us had these platforms where we could just film ourselves.
Yeah.
And it's actually, sadly, you know, more people are going to watch that video of her dumb ass doing that than a video of me playing something that took a year to learn a class or something. That's just where we're at. We're in a really shallow, just stupid world, and people are attracted to just...
Such a good point, and so tragic that stupid thing that happened on that airplane.
Right.
Not only will it not be analyzed for psychologically, and the deeper nature of it, you know, mined for wisdom. Not only will that not be done, but if I talk about that in the comments of actually Zero Hedge, they'll actually understand it more. If I talk about it in the comments of some of the other websites that I might even look at, then what are you talking about, bro? That lady's a bitch. It'll just, you know, that'll be the level. And then you will work on an album for a year and, you know, put it on Facebook, and Facebook will just whatever, you know, downgrade your, it doesn't, you know, you're not buying ads, so F you, Luke. And
even if you do buy
even if
ads,
you did buy ads, you're not buying thousands of dollars worth. It's your post's not going to go out there. And then if your post does go out there and people do see you have a new album out, they're going to hit play on it. They're going to listen to a few minutes of it, and they're going to be like, cool. And then they're going to keep scrolling. They're not even going to listen to a few minutes. If you're like, hey, here's my album, I put it on Facebook for you guys, so you don't even have to click through to YouTube, or it's free. They're not even going to, they're just going to be like, listen, I'm here to scroll. I'll hit play. I'll listen for a second. I'll hit like, and then I'll keep scrolling.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing though, is like
you have fans, you have people that follow you, and they will listen to it. And, you know, like I can do that too, you know, but
it's like what you were saying, like that girl knows when that was being filmed in the plane and starting crap and making a scene about that, especially using the whole you know, the COVID
Parks
crap with it, and just well, like the you know,
the mask,
but it's sad because people are at a point now where they know they're going to get more attention doing some garbage like that than learning a Bach piece and performing it on that. You know what I mean? Like we don't value that anymore. We value, you know, 16 and pregnant and you know, all this Kardashian stuff and fighting and you know, anyway, that's just kind of what I was
very
saying.
Low. I know this is that we're at the bottom of
of the culture.
We're at the America, and it's not just America. It's gone all this materialistic culture. You know, the other thing is the downgrading of religion too. No matter how much we might fault religious institutions, they served a certain psychological, sociological function for and ethics and all of this. And because people are losing faith, then they're not getting their regular dose of ethics, and so they're free floating, a good term actually. And so these things are, it's like all kind of compounding. The economy has been stretched to the end, the materialism and all the, Chinese goods,
the trashy art,
and the constant, like you were saying earlier, about feeling good all the time, and all the advertisers that figured out, hey, this is actually known. The advertisers figured out, hey, let's stop trying to sell people on the quality of an item. Let's sell people on how good it makes you feel. And so it went to activating your addictive potential. And it just, in every metric of society, it's all crashing. There's some areas where things are starting where it's not, but in all the traditional stuff, it's all crashing. So we're at a down part, and now we have to suffer through that and deal with it and gain wisdom out of it. And we have to be the outsiders who are actually becoming healthy while the rest of the society's dying. We're becoming healthy. And so it's us and our people who are actually going to stimulate a revival. And we have to remember, this is crazy to realize, but that most people are not in the creative class, so to speak. And that term is I don't even like using that, but most people are not in that part. They're not artists. They're not making something valuable. They're not cutting edge people. They're not inventors. They're followers. Mm-hmm. And that's how most people are. And that's normal. And it's just like that in the body. Most cells are not neurons, right? Most cells are not immune cells. Most cells are just fat cells, muscle cells, the lining of your veins, and just basic infrastructure cells. They're not in the business of figuring stuff out. They're just in the business of doing whatever the program of the genetics or of the ego mind saying, we're going to the grocery store now, and the body follows. Or the genetics say, repair this scratch on the skin. Okay. They're there to be followers. They're there to follow instructions. That's what cells are mainly there to do. And that's the way people are in the body politic. They're mainly there to follow instructions. And if the instruction set gets all screwed up and it gets all infected with malware and people can't figure out what the instruction set is, the culture, the ethics, then everybody starts to go crazy. And they were never supposed to be able to figure out what to do in a time of crisis. That's not what they're capable of doing. And we have to just understand that that's what humanity is like. It's a big old blob. And if you're not in the blob function, and if you're in the free thinking function, if you're in the problem solving contingent, if you're in the immune system contingent, the culture warrior contingent, or the whatever that's about healing and about evolving, well, then you're in a small, 10% group.
Might be more than 10 now. I don't know.
Whatever the size is, you're in the minority, and you have to kind of do what you're doing, kind of wading through this giant blob of fat cells. And I mean, literally fat cells. I mean, people are now so fat. When we went to the movie theater to see The Matrix, when we walked in the door of The Matrix, and I haven't been to a movie theater here and hadn't been to one in a couple of years. Now, open up the door. And the last theater we went to was a very traditional old school theater. This is one of these new things. Open up, the doors opened up, and I looked, and everybody was at the counter. There was lines of about 40, 50 people standing there getting their popcorn and all their junk food. There was like 5 lines, 5 registers to go get your junk food. And everyone that was about 3/4 of the people standing in the line were obese. They were the ones that want to fill up on popcorn and all of that kind of stuff. And I just looked at these people. I was, who are these people? What are they standing there for? And I go, oh, they're getting candy. And then I just looked at them, and they were big blobs. And I go, oh my God, this is America.
Especially now, like, oh my God, man. I mean,
This is America.
what this scamdemic has done to people, not only psychology, like their mental health, but it just physically
Yeah.
speaking. I've never seen just this kind of just morbid obesity everywhere, and
Yeah.
it's almost become a normal thing. You know,
Yeah.
and it's
Oh,
hard.
it's normal now.
It's
It's
hard,
normal
like
now.
being a single guy here, at least a
Mm.
straight one, man. I mean, it's like I'd be
Oh.
hard pressed to find a girl who's under like 200 pounds. You know? I just can't do it, man. I'd rather
Okay.
like, yeah, it's so bad. And
Well, if you were looking for a girlfriend, if you could actually travel, you know, if you could get out of the United States and without all these stupid restrictions or taking their stupid shot, then you can go to most of the rest of the world, which where they're
I
not.
mean, there's a lot of attractive women still, but you know, the more free, nice women. I mean, I
You
see
gotta
a
leave
lot of
America.
attractive women around Texas, around this area, that are more feminine and stuff, and probably Florida, you know.
Probably.
But then you're dealing
They're all
with,
into the. They're all.
but yeah, you know, I think it's mostly just being open. But yeah, Seattle
yeah.
is probably very difficult. It's like San Francisco. I mean, it's those places, unfortunately, are,
yeah, I mean, but you know,
yeah.
of course, you know, I go to Southern California once a year just on vacation, and you know, yeah, there's some, you know, better looking people in general, but for the I guess for the most part, generally speaking, it's unbelievable how obesity is. It's really the number one killer, and it's been put on the back burner with this COVID garbage. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
and it's like,
Oh, yeah.
and the whole
Definitely.
time, it's just like the whole time, it's all of these lockdowns, and I'm even me as a person, I've noticed when I was forced to stay out of the gym and eat crap food and stay
Yeah.
home all day over this scamdemic, because
Yeah.
I just that's what I call it. It's a
Yeah.
scamdemic,
Yeah.
but I watch myself get so fat, you know,
Oh,
and
yeah.
guitar, you know, just doing guitar videos. I'm like, God damn, my stomach's actually hanging over, you know, and for my standards, that's unacceptable because I've
Yeah.
spent like the last 14
Right.
years being like a Greek god,
Right.
and now luckily now I'm slowly tapering back to my old,
Yeah.
not, you know, 2019, at least somewhere in that like 30 size 33 waist kind of like, you know,
Okay.
because I got a grip on it, like, you know,
Yeah.
I got my diet kind of locked in again. I got, well, most importantly, able to go to the gym. But I'm just saying, like, if this system really cared about our health, there's no way they would have closed the gyms down. There's no way they would be putting masks on children while they're playing in playgrounds, trying to breathe air and their brains are
No.
growing. You know, the whole thing
That-
it's a
that-
joke. And really, I don't blame our government. I blame the voters. I blame
Yeah.
our neighbors. It's our neighbors
Yeah.
who, it's like
us.
in Nazi
Yeah.
Germany, the neighbor
Yeah.
who turned in the Jew,
Yes.
you know,
That's
it's
it.
the same shit. So,
Same thing. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
no,
then
it's
with the
true.
obesity thing, we find out that most people who are dying of COVID, first of all, I don't trust the numbers at all because they're putting down people who died with COVID as people who died from COVID. So they're miscalculating the numbers, and then the testing, it's fraud from top to bottom. But the most people who are dying have, I think the CDC said, an average of 2.6 comorbidities, and the biggest one is obesity.
Obesity. Yeah.
Obesity and diabetes, and they go together, right? And so so either you're 40 or 50% of people who die of COVID are in nursing homes, and so they're already at the end of life, and they would have died, you know, of any cold or flu or anything. And then the other people that are dying mainly are people who are overweight and have diabetes, and not just overweight, but obese or morbidly obese. And so being overweight is just kind of a normal part of different stages of life, different metabolisms, growing older, all that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about the normal. You go to Germany, you know, they're eating schnitzel and drinking beer and stuff, and all kinds of people. There's all over, especially the Germanic peoples. You know, all kind of people carry around a beer belly because beer is such a big part. Beer and meat and stuff is such a big part of of life and all that. And I'm not talking about that kind of just normal overweight by, you know, even 20 pounds. Talking about people that are overweight by 100 pounds and stuff, and people and more even. But this is a great percentage of America now, and so we now know, even if you're just going by their numbers, that most of the people who are not already very elderly are dying from the fact that their whole immune system and their whole body is toxified and screwed up from obesity and from all the garbage they eat. And so instead of, you know, the government likes these big national sweeping plans, right? They like the war on this and the war on that. Where's the war on obesity?
Right.
Where is the new national program? Hey, everybody, we found out most people dying of COVID were you know, 60 to 150 pounds overweight. Okay, what are we eating? How are we exercising? What's Joe Biden doing? Showing Joe Biden on the treadmill. See, folks, I work out too. I mean, where's the health program?
There's no money, and like Melissa's saying, yeah, like
the whole system, the whole corporate system is there to feed you poison, and then when you get sick, to take your money on the back end through the medical system.
Yeah, there's like the COVID thing. This is perfect because there's so much money being made with the vaccination and the testing. I mean, it's ridiculous. They got all these people who are vaccinated driving in lines to get the test. It's like, I mean, there's so much money behind this. There's no money in getting someone healthy. It's like, you know, I made a post saying, hey, look, I haven't been sick in 2 to 3 years.
Right.
I want to know what I do. I take a men's multivitamin. I take a 23 micrograms of zinc or whatever a day.
Mm-hmm.
I work out and sweat profusely for an hour on the weights and an hour walking. Yeah. Anytime I say this to people, and that's what I do, you know. And then anytime I say that, it's like, get out of here. You know, it's like you were saying, they don't want to hear it, and it's like
they don't want to hear it.
And
Joe Rogan Joe Rogan just the other day was slamming people for getting on everyone's case about the whole COVID thing, all the mask zombies, when they themselves are walking around with 100 pounds extra weight, right? Mm-hmm. Joe Rogan finally just went off on them and said, you know, fuck you, get your fucking shit together. You know what I mean? Lose some fucking weight, you loser. I mean, that's what he said, right?
Oh, he
went off. And then we saw that guy on Timcast, that other buffed guy.
Oh, yeah. He owns a nutrition company.
And he was, maybe taking Joe Rogan's lead on this or whatever, was saying the whole same thing. He was just saying, people got to wake up. You've got to take care of yourself. You can't eat shit all day long and then start dying and then start blaming everybody else for it. You know what I mean? And so this whole thing of pointing out just this level of self-abuse and the normalization of walking around sick like this.
Victim. It's the victimization.
And it's like, yeah. So
it's also, you know,
and I don't mean to victimize people who have weight problems. I'm skinny and I have a fast metabolism or whatever. I still have to work out to maintain, not get a beer belly and all of that. But I don't mean to say, you know, to direct aggression over to, okay, it's not Fauci that I'm mad at. Now I'm mad at obese people. That's not what I'm doing either. I'm just saying you've got to put, this is, you know, we are the most Americans are the most obese people on the planet. We are the most obese nation by far. We eat the worst food on average. and we have the biggest problems with health. We
Even
exercise the least.
so-called healthy food, I know this because
So this has to come into view now.
Pick, you could be picking, vegetables or, healthy.
It's easy to eat right.
Pasture-raised
It's easy.
meat and all that.
So easy. It's so easy to eat right.
They buy pizza, right?
No, it's
healthy pizza.
Now here's the real reason. Here's the real reason behind the whole thing, and it's back to psychology again, is that the food is activating the endorphins
it's chemical.
that make them feel better because they're hurt.
Right.
They're hurt people, and they're using the food to like anyone, it's a drug. Food is a drug. What I've been doing? I've been struggling with writing this book. So Melissa buys for me these those bars.
What are they called? The ones that just have
It says
egg
three dates, one egg yolk, or one egg
like
white.
The Lara bar or something?
Not the Lara ones.
Not Lara bar.
Cliff?
No,
Not Cliff.
Not Cliff.
No,
we don't
it's
eat
the
that.
ones that just have.
It's got cashews. It's got one egg white. It's got 3 dates, and it's got some cocoa or carob or whatever chocolate,
cocoa
right?
in it, yeah.
Cocoa. Right. So it's got chocolate, right?
Yeah.
Totally healthy, and even the chocolate, there's no sugar.
I mean, there's only 3 dates.
Right. And
Yes.
that's the sugar. It's the dates.
Yeah.
I eat those. I'll only eat like 2 or 3 of those, but I'll eat those as a way as to put chocolate and sugar into me, so as to repress my anxiety about writing the book.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm drugging myself with dates and cocoa in a very moderate way, and I'm consciously doing it.
He knows he's doing it.
To mediate my anxiety. Okay, so but now imagine if I'm just eating a gallon of ice cream instead. What? If you become aware of the fact that you have to mediate your anxiety, and you have to do it through exercise, or that you have to do it through some kind of means, and you go, okay, how am I going to do it? And I'm going to do it in the cleanest way that I can. Then, okay, do it. Do it. We're all doing it.
Yeah, I always start my day going outside, sitting on a rock out here, and I do single nostril breathing, which balances out the nervous system. And then I just kind of watch my emotional state, my thoughts. And if there's an emotional state that's discordant, that I kind of work with it. I do more breathing, and then I'll take a cold shower. I'll do super. I don't have like a sauna. If I had a sauna, I would do that, and then do a cold plunge, but I don't have that. So I take a super hot shower and then super cold. And then
I do not do this.
And then I work out too. So that's kind of how I balance out my nervous system.
Right.
I used to use food as a medication to get out of my own pain. I never had. My sister was an anorexic. I never went that far, but I would eat just bad stuff until I stuffed myself.
Right.
So because I was avoiding dealing with my own pain.
Yep. That's it. And that's
but I got myself out of it by starting to work on that part of myself. And then when I got cancer, I totally changed my diet, and I started a whole journey of learning about alternative healing and nutrition and all
when
that.
was this? When
That
and what,
was in the 90s when I was diagnosed. It was cervical cancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
She had to get her uterus removed.
yeah. But I didn't get all my parts taken out. I did have a big old fibroid in there, which had to get taken out. And so I chose to do that. But that was after, actually, I turned the cancer around in
Right.
a year. But that was through fasting. It was through certain diets, a lot of wheatgrass juice, and I stopped eating sugar completely. I did different experiments with diets, but now I'm basically eat paleo. I would say it's more like paleo, not really keto, but more like paleo, just vegetables, low carb vegetables and protein. I'm better with meat. The thing I always tell people is that everybody has a slightly different system. So one way of eating healthy is going to be good for one person, but not good for another.
Right.
But the main thing is just to eat clean, right?
That's the main thing.
That's the main thing is eat clean.
And no sugar.
Learn how to cook for yourself,
No refined
right?
sugar.
And just stay away from all the chemicals and all that
preservatives,
crap.
chemicals, refined sugar is very bad, and refined grains.
Yeah, all the extra stuff, you really have to test your own body.
And you need a lot of vegetables.
Yeah. The more I go along, the less supplements I take, because
she was into supplements.
that becomes a crutch too.
Yeah, that becomes an addiction.
I think that if you're really just feeding yourself appropriately and watching your own physical system, you can keep it pretty balanced out. I think that people get taken advantage of with going crazy on all the supplementation. I mean, I understand if you're bodybuilding, at a certain point, you have to do certain things in order to recover. But for basic health, just learning how to cook and having a clean diet and knowing where you're weak, like your own particular weaknesses, and I ask myself, okay, why do I get a craving for this? And if you can get to the emotional reaction of why it was that I had that craving, like he said, that's like the first step, is understanding that the reason why you're having that craving is because you have anxiety, right? So the next stage would be to actually look at the anxiety and feel the anxiety and let it. What I would do is, if I'm having one of these emotions that are uncomfortable, I just sit in the emotion and just let it be what it is. I don't try to push it away. I just observe it and sit in it and allow it to just do what it wants to do. Yeah. A lot of us as children are told not to feel our emotions, like, stop, Johnny, stop crying, or whatever, right? And that's not natural. A child needs to go through a full emotional state. So we, as adults who don't have our balanced emotional system, or if we have trauma, we have to work with these emotions. And that's what I've done. Since we started hanging out, we started doing this. We learned about it.
That's in Shadow Tech. There's a chapter called Emotional Processing.
Yeah. And it's, it's really easy to do. It's not that difficult. The hard part is to start feeling your emotions again. That's the hard part, because we're so cut off from being human now. And this is the whole COVID thing is doing that too. It's like cutting us off from having interactions and being human with each other, you know?
Well, we were already blocked. We were already emotionally blocked.
We were, and this is just another layer of it, you know? But yeah, we have to, you know, people who feel like, okay, if they get to the place where, wow, you know, there must be something more than this. There must be something more important for me than what I see. And then, you know, there is. That everybody has the potential and the possibility. I mean, you're here for a reason. You would be dead, or you wouldn't be here if you weren't supposed to be here. So if you're meant to be here, then there's a greater purpose for you being here now. So that's number one. I told that to a guy at work, a customer, who was miserable. He had a box. He's come through my line twice. He had a box of groceries, of vegetables, barely had enough money to buy it. Yesterday, he gave me stacks of change that I had to count manually, right? And then out of the blue, a woman gave him a $20 bill. And he was just absolutely amazed. He says, nobody has ever done this for me before. And I said to him, I looked him in the eye and I took down my mask. And he didn't have a mask on, which was good. But I said, remember this, because you have the opportunity. This is a miracle, and miracles can happen every day. And just understand that there's a greater purpose for your life and that you're loved, you know. And he listened to me because he was in that dark night of the soul, in a dark place, right? And he was able at that moment to take in what it was that I was saying, because he was hurting, he was suffering, right? And so if we're suffering, you have to understand that there's a deeper reason, purpose for the suffering, and not to get sucked into the suffering and have it take us over and just victimize us. No, just know that that is an opportunity. Your suffering, your pain is an opportunity to move forward in your life step by step. It's not like something that happens overnight, but you take one step at a time. Whether that's just, I'm not going to eat sugar for a month, right?
No, I'm going to stop forever.
Yeah, no, but you start, you start with, I'm not going to eat sugar for a month, right? And when you go through detox, anything that you're not going to do anymore takes about a month. But you have to be willing to take one little step at a time and to go through the challenge of that, right?
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of like the main point, is that I really do believe that everybody has a greater purpose of being here. And it's just taking this opportunity in every moment.
Back to the Jungian point of view, he talks about the God image in every human being, what they call the self, has a trajectory over time. And so you have the ego state, the conscious mind, and then you have the purpose for your life, the self.
and the archetype of you, C. Michael Smith. And that has its own trajectory, and that's what you should be tuning into, is that God image in you that has a purpose, that has an unfolding, it has its own teleological or time-based function. It's unfolding over time. That's what you need to be finding. Everybody has to be finding inside of themselves, is what is my unique God image, Imago Dei? What is my unique purpose or life art, as you say, that should be being, I have my life is a perfect piece of art, and it should be being nurtured and created every day, all the time, towards a state of perfection. And you could take it to reincarnation and all that, but even without doing all that, just in this lifetime, there is a more developed state of you that is there in potential in everyone that needs to be being tapped into. You know, all the ego stuff and what I think I should be doing, or what my parents say to do, or what the Matrix says to do, all that doesn't have anything to do with this. And so often people in life will be attracted to things, to careers that are part of the function of the development of their archetype of you. But you know, being a musician and being like, oh yeah, I want to play with that band, or I want to go on that tour, or I want to, you know, climb that ladder or whatever, and be in that class of musicians and stuff. It's kind of an ego thing of, yeah, but it's serving what they call the capital S self, that greater archetype of you that wants to unfold. And so that's fine. It's and you know, and when you're on tap with that, when your ego and yourself are in alignment, you get a lot of energy there. You get a lot of energy, and it can inflate your ego and make you get very grandiose. And so that's
a part of it too.
But you have to watch that.
But even with that, you'll have a natural ego crash, and then you learn from that.
But when you're when you're on trajectory with yourself, with your capital S self, your higher purpose, then you'll notice it. You'll notice it because it will give you energy. But it also might be where you will get attacked by shadow complexes. And when you touch that part of yourself that has to do with your own evolution, you might immediately start getting attacked by complexes that say, oh, you're not good enough, and blah, 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 and that kind of a thing. And that's also can be shown as evidence that you're actually on the right track wherever you're being attacked. And so, but tapping into that deeper, developing, deeper aspect of you, that God image, is that's the thing that heals everything. That's the thing that makes all struggling worth it. That's the thing that turns struggle into meaning, is that constant quest for understanding, or not even understanding, but for manifesting the destiny of the personal God image, and nurturing it, coming in touch with it, separating it from the ego desires, understanding what it wants for you, and following its messaging, which is very subtle and will often unfold through synchronicities and circumstances in life. And so you touch to that thing and just keep following that. It's a slower path. And then when you know you're on track with that, even if you're getting attacked around it, that turns suffering into meaning, that it obliterates nihilism. You can't be nihilistic. You can't be nihilistic when you're in touch with that, because that greater purpose is being served.
So that just obliterates nihilism.
And then the other thing which has been happening to me, and it really started last year really big time when I was just playing on the street all the time. Yeah, when I was playing on the street, I would have these interactions with people, and especially some of the homeless people. And they were like, I would call them spiritual experiences, where I connected to a few people in such a deep way. And it was like I understood and could empathize with their suffering, and they got something back from the experience with me. And it's almost like the heart itself becomes more open through suffering. It's like you feel connected to the greater human experience and greater humanity, and I feel less separated. And that's why I'm saying, and like I said to that dude yesterday, is that that everyone has this greater purpose, and that we're here, that everyone, even, it doesn't matter who they are, everyone is here for a greater reason, and that all they need to do is tap into that. So, yeah.
So people could buy the book Shadow Tech on Amazon, and I noticed Kindle now too. That's like the electronic thing, right? Or yeah.
You can buy the paperback, or it's called Shadow Tech: Cracking the Codes of Personal and Collective Darkness. Or if you just put Shadow Tech Colin Davis or Shadow Tech Melissa Mari, that'll bring it up. There's other books called Shadow Tech, which are fictional books, and the computer.
Yeah, we're also doing every 2 weeks. We do a free Zoom call.
Yeah.
Anybody can join. Colin usually talks about a subject, we discuss it, and then we open it up to whoever is on the call with any questions they have about anything they're going through.
Yep.
It's just open. We've had a few people come on here and there, but it's always available, and the link is on the Shadow Tech Alchemy site.
Yeah, shadowtechalchemy.com/events. It's on the events page.
Yeah, and then
I put the Zoom call information in there, and so it's there. And I think next Saturday, this coming Saturday, this coming Saturday will be another call.
Every 2 weeks.
It's about 2 hours, and it's about maybe an hour of us talking, and then maybe an hour of chatting with others. There's 1 or 2 people who are regulars, and then there's other people that come in here and there, and we just put that out there as a service, basically. So that's there.
And then Deprogramatrix.com, that's one word, just so people know. And
1M. Yeah.
And are you guys on Instagram at all, or?
I am.
I am.
That's right. Okay.
We have Deprogramatrix.
Is it on Instagram?
On
it is,
Instagram now, so you can definitely follow us there. I also have Melissa is Faith is my Instagram profile, and a lot of people follow me on that one, probably more because we just started the Deprogramatrix Instagram page.
Yeah, there's a Facebook page for Deprogramatrix too. It's hardly
hardly
Facebook,
getting out there. I am on Facebook.
Can't even like our page.
So is he, but I'm shadow banned all over the place. Our video for Resist All Tyranny was taken down twice off of YouTube. We tried to upload it twice.
Oh yeah, I got my
They
account.
hate it.
They hate it because it's full of all kinds of convid stuff.
Yeah.
My drummer was removed off Facebook, Facebook and Instagram, and his Instagram.
Oh, Marco.
Yeah, yeah. 'cause
Marco?
Marco, yeah. And it was all 100% COVID stuff, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that goes to show you it's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I really appreciate.
He's
you guys.
asking for it though.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm smart because I never did the political or any world
Right.
stuff on my
yeah.
Instagram. But
Yeah.
I use Facebook as my dumpster for political garbage and venting. But I kind of look, you know, I think he should have not done that on Instagram. It's not worth it because you know you have your like. At least to that extent, because now he's removed all his memories of his videos, his drumming.
Oh,
his
yeah.
Like for me, if
yeah.
I don't care so much about my Facebook, but if I lost my Instagram, I'd feel like a hole in my heart because all my vacation photos on the beach and
Well,
like,
are
my
you
guitar
saving it?
stuff.
You can save your
you
profile,
can?
right? Yeah, yeah.
On Instagram,
I
can
think
you?
so. I think so.
I don't
You
know.
can on Facebook. I think you can check into that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you can on
But-
Twitter.
Yeah,
you can on
I'm
other
being
ones.
a little bit more careful, I think, on Instagram, but sometimes I can't help myself and I post something, but
I don't like Instagram because it's just first of all, it's just all like it's like this. It's like it's not even horizontal. It's like this. It's just a square picture. And then the text part for conversations is like demoted way down there. It's just a picture scrolling. It's so infantile.
Yeah.
Hate
it's
it.
great for
At least Facebook
I like
is
the
like
simplicity of it, though.
Facebook is like a forum. It's like a mixture of Instagram with the old school, you know, message boards. It's kind of like that. You at least can have conversations and stuff. I mean, it's all screwed up. They screwed it up because they're censoring everybody and I mean, I kind of understand that once it grew to a certain size, they have to limit what you get into your feed because once you get, you know, what do you get? 3,000 friends? What are you going to be seeing all their stuff? They have to have some method that you will. So I understand the natural kind of truncating of your news feed, but they're doing it with other purposes and they've screwed it all up. But as a platform, I like it better than any other platform. I deleted my Twitter. That's a useless piece of shit. I don't use that at all. It's complete crap. It's worthless.
Are you guys on YouTube? Just the
yeah,
band page?
Deprogramatrix on YouTube.
Yeah, there's Shadow Tech Alchemy's on YouTube. We put all our Zoom calls on the Shadow Tech Alchemy
And we have
YouTube page.
interviews about Shadow
And we have some
Tech.
interviews with some people. And so that's up there. There's also, I got Imperial Mastering YouTube page. There's nothing on there hardly. Yeah,
I'd love to have you guys on again. I mean, it's
yeah, thanks for having
there's so
us.
much
We
to
appreciate
talk
it.
about. But yeah, we'll definitely do another one.
Yeah, whenever you want.
And yeah, so deprogrammatrix.com. You guys have a show coming up on the 8th of January.
Right.
Austin and
Yep, San
Actually,
Marcos.
San Marcos,
Yeah, it's
but
near
it's
Austin.
close enough.
It's near Austin,
gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I again appreciate you guys coming on. It was a lot of. I can't wait to listen back to this. I always listen back to my interviews. Like I'll just go to the gym or something and listen back.
okay.
Just like because it helps me reabsorb things.
Yeah,
and,
that's good. That's good.
Colin Davis and Melissa Marie, thank you so much for coming on, and we'll be seeing you guys again for sure.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
Yeah.
Luke. This has been really enjoyable.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll come back anytime. And this was a long one today. Almost 4
It's all
hours.
good. You know, hopefully the Zoom recording doesn't mess that up. It's I think the longest podcast I've had is like 2 hours. But
oh, really? This is the longest one then, right?
Yeah, but it's cool though.
I think it'll work. It'll be
will
there. It'll send you a message saying you've exceeded your stuff, and so you should download it immediately. But yeah, it'll work.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
All right, you two. It's good to talk to you, and
You too, Luke.
we'll see you again. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see you around.
Cheers.
Okay. Cheers, man.
Cheers.